So, this is definitely going to be a much different sort of stream. Obviously, it's in the just chatting category, and it's not going to my gaming YouTube. So, the people who are engaging with my content through YouTube, which is Twitch, which is the majority of people, will not have that. But the VOD will be on my Ideas YouTube. And generally speaking, I have been a fan of structured mental introspection. And let's kind of structure this. Or mental exercise. The overall thesis being that fundamentally, the most important source of agency is your ability to direct your own attention. And I think that is what we are going to be doing here. This is the version of my mental exercise, and I'm going to be doing it publicly for a few reasons. But what we're doing is exercise I call 100 questions, but we'll probably be doing dramatically different. Which is, you ask yourself 100 questions, and you the idea is you are trying to peeling back the layers of your subconscious and get rid of your normal filters. And it's very important that you don't have to answer any of the questions. And the idea is that the first 40 questions are maybe throwaways, but after a sufficiently long period of time, when you're asking yourself questions, and you're asking yourself 100 questions in a row, and you're doing this over the course of an hour and a half, you eventually hit a sort of flow state where your own subconscious will take you in a direction that you had not yet consciously kind of really considered, especially if the activity of asking yourself questions like this in a structured way is something that is novel to you and you haven't done before. I think if you just keep doing it on repeat, you might kind of get similar types of things. But the idea here is that the structuring here is the 100 questions. You just ask them all to yourself in a row. And then it is obviously a form of mental introspection. I suspect we might get some people from kind of the Twitch here and there. Hey, MTAP, how's it going? But with this kind of outlined is like, why are we doing this? As a kind of first question. And we are going to end up asking a lot of questions. I don't want to number it because I think Google Docs will automatically format this in bullet points. But can we shift tab this back though? No, we can't. Shout out to Google Docs. And there's a few reasons here. And this is going to not just be a list of 100 questions because I'm going to be unpacking as we go to whatever extent I feel like it, but not feel obligated because, of course, answering the questions is not required. Do you know who tried this 100 questions things first? I know that it's in a book called How to Think Like Leonardo da Vinci. I very much doubt that this is the first person to do it. Before I discovered it in this book, I did kind of a permutation on this, but which was to write down thoughts, but fundamentally, statements as thoughts are quite a bit different than the question as a thought. But the idea of you just going and going and going for an extended period of time in order to peel back the layers is a bit of a... I think that's common in a few sections. I think questions is a pretty good way of doing it, though. But why we are doing this is I've reached a point in my... or from a life perspective, my life is horribly unbalanced. This is because I've been playing Europa Universalis like 13 plus hours a day for now months. And I was expecting... everyone has been very supportive, and I'm doing, professionally speaking, fantastically well. And it doesn't really move the needle at all on my happiness. Which, two things is, I was suspecting that it was because I got lost in the sauce. And And then secondly, it also makes me feel mildly guilty because of how supportive everyone's been. But what I mean by lost in the sauce is that on some level, your human experience really has a lot more to do with your physiology than it does with your life experiences or your internal mental types of habits, and that the external things really matter to you is more of a function of an illusion that is presented to you by reality. And when you get lost in the sauce, you forget this fact, that fundamentally speaking, I've just had thought patterns that just stress me out and make me unhappy. And so any amount of external success is not really going to push the needle, or it'll push the needle in a temporary way, but then you kind of fall back to your normal thought patterns. So fundamentally, now, your external stuff matters to the extent that your physiology is threatened or in danger. Harmed, threatened, in danger. But your mental thought patterns are more important beyond that. And this is the sauce I got lost in. And so I also think that my life is just super unbalanced. And I was never supposed to go this hard in one thing, which is to say I'm missing the point of the, let's call it stylization, although I don't know if I like the word, so I'm putting parentheses around it, of being a generalist. Which, for those of you who don't know, and those of you who are on the YouTube probably do know, because I'm doing this on my Ideas channel, I have 3 channels. And the only one that's really ever popped off and like become successful has been the gaming one. But fundamentally, like in terms of what I think is important or how I think I should go about my life or stylize my life, or just in terms of what I think is important conceptually, it is this kind of pursuing excellence in multiple areas, and I'm just missing the mark there. And then we have, I think that also just physiologically, I've gotten to the point where I've gained a ton of weight. I've stopped going to the gym. And so, like, that's not helping any. So, we just, like, physically need to become healthier. But also physically stronger, which is not important from, like, some sort of, like, milquetoast interpretation of life where you just care about your health and happiness or whatever, but, like, it's something... It is a metric by which this self-improvement project is one that interests me, and also it's a metric by which I will very soon not be able to push the bar on that. I'm, no pun intended, but pun, because I'm 33 now, and once I pass 40, I'm not going to be able to get stronger. So to the extent that I do want to be able to do things, I can't just let that portion of my life go by the wayside. But this is a bit of a... Let's just move on to the next point. But another thing is, okay, but why publicly? Okay. Which is a different sort of question. Why do this on stream when I could do this off stream? This type of thing. And I wrote a book on agency, right? So in theory, if I apply what I know, either I don't know and it's not the case, or if I apply what I know, I should be able to be successful. And there is kind of a theme, which is you can show that you are correct in something just by doing it. And I don't think I am naturally necessarily skilled at a lot of things, but I think I'm pretty good at getting good at things because of some of the processes by which that I have identified that I've included in the book. And the sharpest way you can show something to be effective is by doing it. So we have this idea of transformation as performance, which is if you say that you have a kind of cookbook or recipe for change, then you should be able to change. Then you should be able to change publicly. So, to some extent, this might be something I come back to, but like post or afterwards, and this might be a tool for me. But also, generally speaking, I like being accountable and transparent when I can. Probably too much, because to some extent I think that this is kind of a silly endeavor because it's completely off-brand. I think a lot of people on the Twitch will come in and then they'll leave because they're like, what is this? And then they're like, this isn't EU5, but I am in the category for just chatting, so also, by the time there is a preview, it should just be a Google Docs kind of sheet. So this is also why to do it publicly. And then why do brainstorms just in general? Let's continue here. And kind of to answer this, I'm looking for answers to questions I know not what. Because fundamentally, that's not a question. Fundamentally, if I don't even know the question, I very much can't answer it. And this kind of... what's this note? I have like 5 notes to kind of get through. But I think a big part of where my failure has been recently is my inability to control my own attention. And to be... and this is... let's articulate this as a problem. Controlling one's attention. And we maybe add bullet points to this and come back to it and this type of thing. But I think that some of the approaches I've had have maybe not been successful. And also where I want to go and this type of thing. I know that I want some degree of change, and I know to some degree what's important to me, but clarifying or going through brainstorms in general could help you clarify this. But one of the questions is really kind of a difficult one is, what should I be paying attention to anyways? And then you have like a metaphor by which you could kind of process a question like this, which is like attention as a pie. As a finite resource, right? You only have so much of it. And people act like you can care about everything and do everything simultaneously, but by thinking of it as like a pie chart, you realize that if you spend 5% of your attention on something, everything else you have to spend less attention to. Or you can only have so much to give out. And in life, what should I be paying attention to in order to improve my processes and improve outcomes and improve my own mental experience of reality? So, how do my processes, how do I improve my own perception of reality such that I have a better experience? And I don't necessarily have the answers to these questions, but that's kind of the point here. So going through this and trying to ask as many questions as possible. And I've done this a ton of times. I've never done this while simultaneously explaining kind of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and what I'm asking and this type of thing. So this is a very novel experience for me as well here. Let's see. What are the categories of things I care about is maybe one way of scaffolding it. And And let's say I care about, you might even need multiple kind of documents here. I would actually prefer something a little bit more like a mind map, but because now we're kind of trying to answer the questions in real time, which undermines kind of some of the idea of the idea of the asking the questions in general, because the idea is you go just stream of consciousness. So maybe we shouldn't do this at all, or I shouldn't do this, but I think to some extent I should be explaining things to you guys, or the future you guys, because this video is going to be up for forever, and I don't think a lot of people will be watching this live. Let's say I care about the physical health, right? Because I asked about that pretty early. Let's just do this in... And we'll just add to this. Another thing is my content creation process is just generally very weak. I don't think I'm very good at the actual activity of creating content. I think I get lost in the sauce quite a lot. Of the actual thing I am engaged with. Okay, so... How can I get back into the gym more often? It's probably... In my head, the first question is how can I improve, like, what's going on with me physically, but the obvious, like, answer to that is, hey, Joe Pro, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome, welcome. It's going to be a little bit of a different / weird stream for you, probably. How are you doing? We could put on some music. Do you guys want some music? Could put on soundtrack. That's another thing is, like, music will also... What about the factors that scaffold our attention? Because, music, like, to some degree, scaffolds your attention. We think through association. We don't choose what enters our attention. Association chooses what enters. And so, for example, if we put on Stellaris music, things associated with Stellaris will enter our attention. First and foremost, just show up. Yeah, I used to have a policy that I don't have to work out, but I have to go to the gym. I just have to drive to the gym. And that was honestly a really nice policy, because if I felt like absolute shit, it only happened, I think, under 5 times. But if I felt like absolute shit, I would just drive to the gym and then just go home. But once you're there and you just start going through the process, it helps out a lot. But yeah. No, I agree. I really just should walk more, like, in terms of things that are low effort. And so, what are low effort ways to... But you are absolutely right, Cosmic. The thing is, I have been, like, literally touch no grass, play games, like, 15 hours a day for a while now. People think I'm joking, or, like, I don't know. A lot of people think I, like, just left my game on in order to get 1,400 hours in just a few months. It's like, I just actually played the game. Not necessarily all quality hours, but this is often one of my issues. Is I will just, like, hyper obsess with something and just do that absolute thing just, like, into the ground. And I think it's a form of self-sabotage. Because I'll almost never go, I'll almost never do the easiest way of doing something. I'll just do the grindiest way of doing something. So, like, a better way to have gotten views, there's probably much better ways to get views, like, or something like this. Not necessarily that getting the views is... I wanted to just understand the game as best as I could. But in terms of, if you bifurcate, like, understanding the game and, like, doing well on YouTube, playing 1,400 hours just has to be the incorrect decision, like, YouTube-wise. But... another thing is I often, like, when I start getting successful, I just pull back and I feel trapped. And it makes me not want to do something, which is a weird form of self-sabotage. And so, like, a solution to this is going for stuff that's low-hanging fruit or easier. What are maybe the things that are low-hanging fruit for what's important? And another thing that is something that I care about is updating my worldview. And just being intellectually fit as well. And for this, you got to read more books, or I think that that is one of the better things, but is reading most effective way of stimulating intellectual fitness? I do have a problem with attention, though, in regards to controlling one's attention, which is that I think scrolling and doom scrolling is an issue. Because it is fundamentally low agency activity. And you are just sort of relinquishing the flow of your own attention to the algorithm. And that's performance is a word. And if your agency comes from your attention, acting without then acting without intent in regards to your attention acting without intent in regards to your attention is giving up agency. Writing is actually one of the best ways to organize your thoughts. To organize, yes, but to some extent. So when it comes to stuff like, because we're writing right here, brainstorming is a way to like get new information, but generally speaking, to update your worldview, you need to acquire new information. And just writing is a good way of structuring it once you already have the information, but it's not as good for getting the information. But I have also just set a goal that's impossible. I mean, I have written before, and I have a book that I wrote, and I have another book that's like half written. So writing as a process is not novel to me. I mean, it's novel to some people. But I actually am like a huge fan of mind maps and also writing. Yeah. I think that the dual process of reading and writing is more where it's at. Like, if you just read or you just write, you're missing like half the equation. And so, what else is important? The idea is you don't filter yourself. Which is like quite a function of what do I value. And then how important is the identity or stylization of being a generalist to me? Because on some level, everything is just like an internal mental construct. And everything... If you zoom out to like some sort of cosmic level, everything's just irrelevant. And then if you zoom in really, really close, whatever your kind of stylization would or way of looking at something just might be really, really important. And being able to change the lens of your perception in a way that responds well and allows you to think your way through situations better is important. Because often you just get lost in the sauce, right? I think, like with video games specifically, I think a lot of people kind of will play video games to escape their life. Because it offers like an off-ramp in terms of your lens or frame or what you focus on. But that you don't necessarily want to take off-ramps. You want to have the ability to change and control the way that you look at things rather than, you know, which isn't to say video games are categorically bad. I just think that that is often for a lot of people, they are just an escape. You're getting your BFA in creative writing? Okay. I have like a bunch of notes for a storybook. And then I have the book that I wrote that's on my YouTube channel for my ideas channel. I read through it on stream. But that's more of a philosophy, psychology, self-help type of thing. Did I stumble into an existential crisis? Yes, that's kind of what this is. That's what we're working on. We're working through it. We're going through a exercise called 100 questions, although in a much different way than I've ever done it, because I've never done it on stream. And so this is kind of a maybe not correct decision, because I'm not sure, I doubt that it makes for that good of content from a content perspective, but I think there's some accountability and transparency in regards to it, and it also just might make me think through things better as well. Also, other people offer their perspectives, which is another good way of changing your own frame, is getting perspectives from other people. But often, there's a lot of noise in there too. Like, getting advice from people on the internet is, you have to deal with a lot of noise too. And so there's probably a best practice way of approaching it, to be honest. I'm not sure what it is. Should I be making more novel puns? Basically. Well, one of the things is... of the questions mental exercise is to not filter yourself at all. So you could definitely ask questions that are silly. I think that a big, like, from the perspective of actually just making content better, the thing is the halo effect is super real, and everyone acts like it's not. And that is, the more attractive you are, the more intelligent you will be perceived, the more moral you will be perceived. Basically, on any positive, if you are just more attractive, you get perceived better in every way. And at some point, getting better in terms of making EU5 tutorials and making people think that they're good tutorials, at some point, and I'm just using this as an example, at some point, it's actually better for me to try and become better looking than it is for me to actually try and understand the game better in terms of how people receive or how good they think my tutorials are because of the halo effect. You can maybe pull that up. Let's pull up the Wikipedia article for it. The fundamental, or it's also called the halo error. It's a cognitive bias. Video games also offer a sense of achievement. Yeah, so making progress and having a sense of achievements is not... I'm definitely not critiquing that at all. That portion of it. Aren't games a different form of doom scrolling as you do it to give up agency? I think so. I think if you... to some extent. Games are more structured, and you kind of choose your experience with games with a little bit of a higher degree of agency, I think, than you do the doom scroll. The doom scroll is like, they're just plugging into your brain to maximize engagement. With video games, they're offering a product, but some video games are more predatory on your attention than others. Like the mobile games are like doom scrolling, yeah. But like, I actually talked with the CEO of Paradox a little bit about it regarding like metrics that they can track and think that are good internally in regards to how people consume their product. But you can... The incentive structures on a lot of things are very perverse, because when the incentive structure is to maximize engagement of a product, then it just like sucks your soul out because it's just trying to maximize engagement. If the incentive structure of social media, for example, were to make you as happy as possible, it would work much differently. That's maybe kind of an interesting thought experiment, though. What would social media look like if its incentive structure was to make you as happy as possible? But they maximize engagement to get as much data as possible, and as much ad revenue as possible. So, like if you're on Twitch or YouTube right now, the platform recommended whatever it did, with the hopes that you stay on the platform for longer and just like don't go out on a walk. And there's no pattern interruption if you've been sitting for 12 hours. Like just slurping up the YouTube/Twitch, where it's like, hey bro, you know, maybe you should get a glass of water, go on a walk, this type of thing. There's nothing that will ever try and disengage you. And if a product, if Twitch were like, you subscribe to it and it shows you videos you want, or YouTube, I'm saying Twitch because most of the viewers are probably on Twitch right now, and it was trying to make you as happy as possible, it would show you dramatically different things. And it would also probably try and get you to do a lot of things, because doing something actively, getting a sense of agency, and getting your heart rate up are all things that are going to make you happier, and none of those YouTube encourages. One More Turn, basically. One More Turn games are... They don't have an incentive to do that, though. That's just like part of the game's... The civilization doesn't make any more money the more turns you take. You know? There's not that layer there, but games that generate money through in-game ads do. People love MP, even though it's not massive MP. Remember Quill 18 and Roomba, a few others doing MP together. It's like tuning into a session of friends playing. So maybe look into playing with a few others. Maybe. Would also boost cross-contamination of audiences like an infection. Content creators are a disease upon their audience. But this is just kind of an interesting... We haven't seen a incentive structure for... Yeah, the incentive structure is just completely mindless engagement. And it reminds me of... There's this book. I forget what it's called, but... it's about exploitative design in products, and specifically gambling, and more specifically slot machines. And they explore how it's addictive by design. And one of the sections in there that is just absolutely haunting to me is that there are people who go out to go gambling. And this is like more than one person. This is just a common thing. And they go gambling knowing that they're going to lose all their money, but it's about getting into this sense of zone. And it's kind of like the type of zone you are when you doom scroll. Or it's exactly like it, because a lot of social media is designed with the same design principles as these slot machines, where their goal is to have you play to exhaustion until you just completely run out of money. And the social media companies, they want you to scroll to exhaustion. Just sit there and scroll in the same way you pull. And even down to like the stuff like refreshing your screen on social media apps, they actually have all that stuff preloaded, but the delay actually keeps you engaged longer. The delay between like the pull down to the refresh to the actual refresh keeps you engaged longer, which is why it's not instantaneous. It very much could be. But to get to the example from the book that I just found so haunting is there was this woman that they interviewed, and she talked about how she would wear her dark pants when she went out gambling, because once you get in the zone, you don't want to leave the machine, and she would just piss her fucking pants rather than leave the machine, and so that's why she wore dark pants. So she planned ahead to pissing her pants, and that's how like locked in she was, and that's insane. That's a crazy, crazy thing. How might I be getting locked in? I'm not sure. That's why we ask the questions. But I think about that a lot when I think about addiction. We maybe didn't unpack the halo effect too much, but it is one of the many cognitive biases. I think we did unpack it a little bit. I was just noticing it up in the tab. That's another thing is like, I have kind of in this, you guys can't see it, but in the bar up above, I can see like all my tabs, right? And this is priming me to think about this thing because it's up there. So I thought about the halo effect even though we'd already talked about it, because it's visible, it's there. So how might I change my environment to better focus or redirect my attention to what I think is important or things that are instrumentally important or things that are instrumentally useful? Or things I think are important. So basically, like addiction, you do stuff that is bad for you, but you try and justify it every time it leads to stuff like what the lady did. Yeah. I mean, yeah, addiction's kind of interesting because I think like the way it's defined is like almost self-referential. It has to be bad for you. It has to be considered maladaptive, which is kind of like an open-ended thing, but yeah. I mean, she was giving an interview, and I think she understood that it was a problem. But like, it's just like, brother, this is what I do. I wear my brown pants. This is a pirate at sea with the crew, and they see one Spanish ship like sailing towards them, putting up the flag, ready to take out the pirates, and he's like, "Bring me my red shirt." And the first mate says, "Why bring you this red shirt?" He's like, if I get wounded in battle, I don't want the soldiers to see, or the other sailors, pirates, to see that I am wounded, so that they would lose faith and not fight as hard. He's like, okay, bring him the red shirt. They fight the Spanish ship, and they do fine, and they keep going on. And then 2 Spanish ships. It's like, the first mate says, "Oh no, there's 2 ships." The captain's like, "Bring me my red shirt." And then he's like, all right, bring you a red shirt, and they fight off the 2 ships. And then a whole Spanish armada comes. And the first mate goes, "Shall I bring you a red shirt?" He's like, "No, bring me my brown pants." That's that woman, but with pissing her pants gambling. Yeah. We like that joke. MN Renner, thank you for the follow, big nice. Have you ever read Godel, Escher, Bach by Douglas Hofstadter? No, but Godel sounds familiar. Includes an example of a wasp that will do the same thing over and over in response to the same stimulus, and asks in what more complicated ways we are like the wasp. Yeah, what's the important... Well, doing something in response to a stimulus. Let's maybe bifurcate this. 2 sorts of things. What make us do this? And how can we do something about it? Outside stimulus. And then also habitual patterns. Because a lot of times you're like a Muppet. And the way the Muppet is a lot of times, which is to say there's no human hand inside and it's just operating on autopilot, which for a Muppet is just laying lifeless on the floor. And so a lot of times you're just going to run through your own habitual patterns, which include the things that enter your attention. And fundamentally, like, thought patterns are habitual. We can't take action. We cannot conceive of. Or enters our attention. And that something wouldn't even occur to you. You don't realize what's not occurring to you because it hasn't occurred to you. The possibilities that enter our attention throttle, filter our agency. Because if you do it enough times, you know it's bad, but you still justify, I could do the bad thing, but I could also do this thing to mitigate it. A lot of points where you pre-plan takes a lot of those justifications. Yeah. Hey, Generalist. Hey, Rufsia. Popping in before going to bed. Keep up the awesome stuff. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Good night, good night. And a lot of the point of the structured mental introspection is to not just break up the patterns like this right now, where the structure is we're asking ourselves 100 questions. And the idea is you're not just breaking up the pattern, you're planning to have a different sort of attention experience. One that is tailored around what's important, what you value, and what you think you should be paying attention to. So, like, affirmations, which I don't like the word affirmations, but we won't get sidetracked by that, right? One of the ideas behind affirmations, I should be careful because they like to dox your email and some of these things. Right? If we take a look at affirmations, the entire point of affirmations, and I'm just using this as an example, not like an endorsement, is that when you have this list of things and you read it every morning, it forces you to enter through this cognitive experience. It's not like a magic trick, but it is a scaffold for your attention. And so you're being forced to think of yourself as a strong, capable person. And it is easier for you to be a strong, capable person if the thought that you are a strong, capable person occurs to you. And by reading through the affirmations, this forces you, it forces this thing to enter your attention. I've done difficult things in the past, and I can do them again. I've experienced the challenges. No, don't sign me up. Don't show my email on stream, etc. But for those of you who are familiar with affirmations, I'm allowed to feel angry, upset. I'm worthy of receiving good things and accomplishing my goals. This is a scaffold for directing your attention so that you don't just like float through life in terms of your attention like a log floating down a river. But affirmations get a bad rap. I mean, I hate the term affirmations. I think that that's I've actually written multiple like pieces on why I think affirmations is like not a good way of phrasing it. Because what it's doing is it's not actually necessarily affirming something that's the case, and I think that to some degree that's how they're always framed. In the way of something that's true, but what they are doing is they're scaffolding and structuring your experience, forcing you to pay attention to something that you think is important or useful or worthwhile. And it is planning to have a different sort of attention experience, one that is tailored around what you think is important, what you value, what you think you should be paying attention to. We'll add a question mark here. I know it's not a question, but I make the rules. It's my questions thing. No, but I think in general, the idea is to filter yourself as little as possible. So we'll put that down as a question. Gödel is the mathematician who proved that mathematics must be either inconsistent or incomplete. Hofstadter asks whether our consciousness, if it is algorithmic or like a computer, has the same limitation. Oh, I'd have to read it. I'd have to unpack Gödel's. I'd have to unpack like, yeah, okay. I could see the recommendation, or I could see why that's a recommendation. Well, here's the thing, is like, this is all very vague, right? How do I make these things, some of these ideas here? And that's, SMART is an acronym for specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, timely, right? And so, we could set about trying to answer this question, but this is not the purpose of asking 100 questions in a row. That's more to explore. But just to give like an example is like physical health. We talk about just improving our physical health, and that's abstract. And it's like, okay, well, what can we do that's specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely? And we could say go on more walks. But go on more walks isn't really that specific. What would be more specific is go on a walk for 10 minutes every morning. That is more specific. And then you can also get even more specific, which is like set a timer to go on the walk at this exact time, this type of thing. And then, okay, well, how do we implement that? Even if that's the plan, how do we implement it? And you can, to the extent that affirmations are a thing, you could have like an affirmations, but instead you can do it... Oh, there's a name of this mental exercise. I forget what it is. Implementation intentions, which is very effective, is if I wake up and my alarm sounds, then I will go on a walk, which is a form of conditional affirmation where you are priming yourself when you hear the alarm to go out and go on a walk. And so this is much better from the perspective of being smart, specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely than just exercise more, right? It's specific because we say... we're going to go on a walk. We're defining the exercise. We're saying when we're doing it. We are setting ourselves to be able to do it. It's measurable. We say 10 minutes, so we know when we've achieved this. One of the issues with self-help is it tends to be self-flagellating, or hustle porn, just in general. it just says just try harder, basically. And one of the reasons why that stuff is not very good is because it's often try harder is not a measurable thing. Put in a certain amount of hours, that's measurable, but try harder, that's not measurable. And so you don't know if you actually successfully implemented the intervention if what you are pushing for is just to try harder. But 10 minutes, that's measurable. We know when we've gone on a 10-minute walk. Is it actionable? It certainly is. Is it relevant? Is a walk being relevant to being physically fit? Yes. And is it timely? Is it something that we can execute in an immediate matter? We could do that tomorrow morning. Right? And so, it's all those things. But this kind of blends into the low-hanging fruit kind of idea, which is what is the easiest way of pushing the needle with the things that we think are important? We don't have to do things the hard way, which isn't to say you should avoid difficulty, but unnecessary difficulty is just a form of like self-flagellation. Here. There is a definition of self-esteem by Nathaniel Brandon. Called the 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem. Let's see if we can we really not find a really good thing of it online to show people real quick? Okay, but he makes the argument that self-esteem comes... There's 2 aspects of self-esteem. There's self-efficacy and self-worth. And the idea is that these are 2 different things. Self-efficacy is the belief that you can achieve things and do what you set yourself to, and this type of thing. And self-worth is the notion that you deserve to be happy. And so self-worth is generally something that I personally struggle with more than self-efficacy. Self-efficacy, usually I think I can get things done if I want to, or if I decide to, or I can learn the process by which things are done, but actually achieving it is a bit of a different prospect. Okay. So this is probably something for me to work on, just in general. And then, continuing on, or this is... How should I structure what's important? Maybe a top 10 list. Things, activity, aspect, characteristic, and what are the 10 most important values? That underpin these. My self-efficacy depends on the area of skill involved. With programming, I believe I can do anything. But the self-efficacy kind of has an extended definition, or an extended understanding. It's not what I can do right now. But rather, if I wanted to do something, would I be able to? Now, to be fair, you still might think it's just programming specifically, but like it's not just an inventory of what skills you have. It's like, well, if I really wanted to do that, I would be able to. I think people who have very specialized knowledge will still be high in self-efficacy, even though they can't do other things because they believe they could do other things that they could. Self-belief and self-efficacy. Bobby Fischer. Boy, was Bobby Fischer really good at chess. He was also a little bit crazy. But boy, he believed he was good at everything if he wanted to be. I'm not sure he was correct, but he had self-efficacy in spades. There's actually... there's a quote where it's like, he thinks, he's like, oh, I'm not a chess genius, I'm a genius who happens to play chess. Which would be like the prototypical example of someone who's really, really good at something, still also having high self-efficacy. Yeah, Fischer was crazy, though. To be fair, he was being watched, and people were conspiring against him, so it's not exactly... Does the monkey and the typewriter answer the self-efficacy thing? No, that's like a brute force. Self-efficacy is like... Look, if I wanted to understand it, I could. Like, I mean, I assume most of my audience is coming from, like, Paradox Interactive and games and this type of thing. I'm no good at Hearts of Iron 4. I believe I could just spend 1,000 hours and get good at Hearts of Iron 4 and it wouldn't be hard. And to be fair, to the extent that I just super, super pushed EU5, it was from a perspective of, oh, I can understand this game really well if I just put in more hours than everyone else. And so that's what I did. But some people think that no matter how much time they spend, they can't be good at a thing. Or they can't learn a skill or this type of thing. And those people are low in self-efficacy. But the monkey and the typewriter thing is like, if the way you look at it is just like, oh, I just need more hours, then you have high self-efficacy. If you're just like, I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to spend... Like, I could become a chess master if I wanted to spend, like, another 5,000 hours studying chess. I think. I could be wrong. But if I was low in self-efficacy, I would just think, oh, it's not even possible. I have, like, 4,000 or 5,000 total chess study hours, and it takes... The rule of thumb is that it takes 10,000 total hours. But I don't want to spend 5,000 hours to become a chess master, I don't think. If my lack of self-efficacy extends to I'd better not promise to meet the person this weekend because I might not have the energy for it. I think that's the good management of resources or like expectations. Doesn't it mean the reason for doing the said thing comes into effect? No, I don't think so. I think you're accepting as a given the notion that people think that they can do stuff if they just have enough hours, but a lot of people don't think that they can do stuff if it's just like a matter of time. They just like, oh, I can never be that good at that. And to some extent, this is also true. Like, brother, if your IQ is the same number as a speed limit, you might have difficulties with some intellectual tasks. And I mean the number of a speed limit in America where it's like 45 to 65, not in Europe where it's the Autobahn or what have you. I have to ask this question a lot. What's the best question? What's the most useful question? Procedurally, how can I do these top 10s best? I mean, I think it's going to come down to just like making a list of 10 things. Something like that, or at least for me. But these 4 things so far in terms of activities are important to me. I already have like a values brainstorm that I've done before that I think would probably be still relatively accurate, even though it's like months old. But framing this like this, that way I can actually set about deciding what the implementation is for the things that I think are important. It's like it's a step in the chain. Right? Once you identify you can like view it like this. Be like, well, that's not what I wanted. Right? Identify. Or maybe brainstorm. Clarify. Figure out implementation. Figure out what's effective. Figure out how to get yourself to do the effective thing. And then implement that. Right? So you chunk how can I chunk tasks a little bit better? You chunk the tasks into more manageable kind of pieces for you to digest. Like losing 100 pounds is just this enormous task, let's say. I mean, it kind of is, but it's also kind of not really. It just takes a while to do. And it's a difficult to approach thing. But you can make it into smaller and smaller chunks, and this is an example of down chunking the thing. If you say losing 100 pounds is what's important, as your first thing, and then you're just like, okay, well, let's clarify why is that important. And it's important for, let's say, health, but let's also say halo effect. People like my tutorials better if I was 100 pounds lighter, which is usually people say that they don't care, but the truth is like the evidence is quite clear that the halo effect is really strong, right? And that's not the only reason to lose weight in this type of thing. It's also health. Also, just you can actually just think better when you're not as overweight as I am. So we just clarify and we make sure that we actually think it's important and we understand why we think it's important, this type of stuff. And then we can figure out, okay, well, what's an effective way to lose weight? The truth is just tracking calories, but this is part of the process. We already know, but tracking calories and being really consistent in step count is really useful. Also, just step count in general is like a really good way of decreasing all-cause mortality. There was a study a couple of years ago where like, I think it was like 1,200 steps a day or 12,000 steps a day reduced all-cause mortality by more than like going from being morbidly obese to being like normal body weight, or going from being a smoker to a non-smoker. Just like really, really powerful as an intervention for health. But and you just burn calories, especially if you're twice as big, you burn twice as many calories for walking the same distance, basically. So it's effective the bigger you are. And then, okay, well, how do we figure out how to do this? And then, kind of as we discussed, well, you make it specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely. And okay, this is a bigger part of the process. And then you just implement the thing. And we've turned losing 100 pounds into a process by which we are chunking it into smaller pieces to make it easier and much more approachable a thing. And this is just a procedural way of doing it, but it's also just like a form of structured mental introspection, right? Where we are making this thing that feels difficult much more approachable, which to some extent is a process that's helping self-efficacy, right? Because you are selling yourself on the story of making this thing that maybe seems very difficult seem a lot easier. Yeah. Yeah, my mom said that with mathematics, she immediately assumed she wouldn't understand it. I was able to explain mathematical concepts as long as I avoided the math word. Yeah. there's a lot of guys who think that they suck at math, and then you give them a math, like, a math thing that's related to something they really care about, and suddenly they can understand math way better. Like sports or whatever. If the halo effect wasn't real, VTubers wouldn't exist as much. That's simultaneously a stylization and a halo effect thing. But because there's like, I mean, you guys might not believe me, but there's attractive VTubers, right? And the point is that it's just an anime stylization besides that. I personally actually, like, I have a weird kind of relationship with the camera, which is like, it's a weird transparency accountability thing where it's like, bro, if I got this ugly mug, like, I'm not escaping it by just turning camera off. Like, it's some sort of, the emotional way I feel about it, like, and this is just emotional, not logical, because it's really kind of silly logical, is that people who, like, turn off camera are cheating, or people who use a VTuber thing are cheating. Because, like, if you're ugly, you deserve to suffer the consequences. Or something like this. Which is, like, out of pocket, I think. Like, intellectually, I think that that's just, like, so stupid, but, like, just emotionally, that's how I feel about, like, the camera and, like, why I, like, have the camera on. Which is, I should have to suffer the indignities of people calling me fat. Read again, you end up with a reason for doing it all and how important it is on your personal scale. Oh yeah, you end up with a reason. Yeah, so the clarify is also supposed to helping you with, it's also helps motivation. Yeah. They calculate which modifier gives the highest DPS on the fly. Yeah, they could do it so well. The thing is, they have a knee-jerk, like, resistance to the thing. Goonerbait Kappa? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. A lot of VTubers... Well, let's not go there. A lot of VTubers are, maybe a little sussy to be the bait for that. Not categorically sussy, just a little sussy. But okay, in theory, though, I should also, like, stylize to myself. If you tell yourself a story that is just completely X's and O's and uninteresting, then, like, it's difficult to motivate yourself or make yourself think things are important. So, to some extent, the people who are like, I am a warrior, I am the descendant of, like, Alexander the Great, or something, because they're Greek or whatever. That's good for structuring your own mental experience. But also externally, like, stuff like just YouTube stuff in general. For me. Like, I have, like, the worst banner ever. I don't have, like, emotes. I don't have, like, a bunch of stuff that is stylistic, important. My thumbnails could be better. There's a lot of things in terms of presentation that I do that could be better. And this is an example of, like, low-hanging fruit I'm not implementing. And the same... I think the same, like, emotional thing that makes me think I should turn off on camera, even if it were net negative to me, because it's like a transparency thing, is like the same type of, like, self-sabotaging attitude that I think kind of makes me not want to do the actual important YouTube stuff, like having good thumbnails and, like, a good banner on my channel and this type of thing. Are you not aware that you're handsome? I am, like, mid at best. Mid is being generous. I joke about being handsome. But like the if I actually thought I was really handsome, I wouldn't say it so often because that would feel like very arrogant. I think it's funnier when I'm like, I mean, if I was uglier, it'd be even funnier. Don't get me wrong, but like Kevin in the office being able to do math in his head all of a sudden because pi was involved, it's exactly like that. Statistically, you're a descendant of Genghis Khan. I think that's actually statistically not accurate. It's actually like double-digit percentage, which is still high, but less likely than not. I think this is one of the things where it's like improperly cited. 0.5% of men worldwide are believed to be descended from Genghis Khan, 1 in 200. So. But I'm a descendant of the Khan. I'm the stallion that will mount the world. This is who I am. That's it, boys. We're packing it up. We're switching to VTubing. We're going to be a horse. Oh, that's a lot lower than I thought. Yeah. This is a common... Well, actually, to be fair, we just got like the AI quick fact check, which is maybe no good. First, IFL Science says has this thing 1 in 200. Looks like some sort of fact check. I mean, I don't want to fact check off screen like a whole ton. But we see a couple of things saying 1 in 200. Something says over 16 million descendants today. But the hyperbole sounds a lot better. And that comes to like memetics. Memetics is I think a lot of people with memes. So meme was actually a term coined by, I think, Dawkins. It was either Dawkins, I think it was coined by Dawkins. I'm not 100% sure. But he talks about it in the selfish gene, and he uses it to refer to thinking of ideas or cultural units of information using an evolutionary biology perspective. Now, at this point, memes has been completely co-opted to be a like sort of template for conveying information very, very quickly that often involves humor, right? But originally it was thinking of something as a cultural unit of information. And what's kind of funny is memes are very good at propagating themselves in terms of their format, and that's what makes for a good meme. And it also with Dawkins, that was what would make for a good meme. But the important characteristics are they have to be simple, fecund, spread easy, easily replicated, with high fidelity, and a couple other characteristics I can't remember. But well, let's say spreadable as one. As an idea, Genghis Khan fathered more than half of modern people. That's more easily spreadable because it's much more hyperbolic and interesting than 1 in 200. But 1 in 200 is still insane. And so that makes it a better meme. And I think my favorite example of this is that, or I guess fecund is spreadable, is the razor blades in the, I use this example a lot, but the razor blades in the Halloween candy example. It's very simple, right? It has high fecundity. People want to hurt the children. Danger tends to propagate very well. Stuff related to sex tends to propagate very well. Things of this nature make it easy to do, and it's a very easy story to tell. It's very easy to say razor blades in the candy. It's not complicated. Often the correct explanations for things are very complicated and hard to be replicated with fidelity. When you play the game of telephone, the idea gets muddled or breaks up or this type of thing. Razor blades in the candy, you can replicate that all day and as a story, and it'll be continually a good sort of thing. And so in regards to your stylization, both in terms of what you're doing internally and externally, so like what I do with my YouTube, like this type of thing, making it easier to spread because it has good memes is good, and also making the internal pillars of my experience that I consciously choose, let's call these archetypes, making them more accessible to myself, such that it is easier for me to process through this is going to be useful to me. So maybe, how do I make my internal pillars good memes? And so you really don't want to have a fucking dissertation way of simplifying things to yourselves about like what is you're moving towards, because that's difficult for you to, it's not simple. You can't necessarily apply it to everything. It's difficult for you to replicate. If you have to like read a piece of paper to see your mission statement, then you're going to have an issue. Concern for truth can get in the way of success. Also, truth, to some extent, is a... Truth with a capital T is, well, maybe with... truth is a loaded word if you have a philosophy degree. Let's just put it like that. Yeah, Dawkins' definition of meme was superseded by the memetically superior definition. 100% exactly. That's exactly how I was trying to put it. That's the better way of putting it. Memes are the DNA of the soul. Have you heard of Robert Sapolsky? He's a very interesting series of videos on YouTube of a class where he's teaching Stanford regarding human behavioral biology, like memetics. I've not heard of him. I did just think, who is he? Neuroendocrinology, particularly related to stress. Neuroscientist, a primatologist. Yeah, I mean, this sounds like the evolutionary biology type of guy. Stress and neural degeneration, as well as the possibilities of gene therapy strategies, gene transfer, strengthen neurons. Studying baboons, relationship between personality patterns and stress-related disease. Wonder if we could Control F meme here. Making sure I don't have something sussy in my Control F. Like my address. Interesting. No, I'd not heard of him. To answer the question. One of the questions he asked in front of the first class is, do we have free will or is everything predetermined? That depends on your frame of reference and definition of true free will. I think that one of the issues with discussions regarding free will is people use this hyper-abstracted version of free will when they deny its existence, and then they reinsert the denial of its existence. They substitute it in a context where free will isn't really referring to that abstracted term anymore, but is instead referring to like a more embodied and grounded human experience. And so I think a lot of I think the notion by which the criteria of like the just categorical free will deniers are denying free will, it's not that I think that they're wrong, but I think if you're operating from that framework, almost all knowledge is deniable. In the same vein as philosophically true, yeah. You bring up free will, you're gonna give me an existential crisis. The like first chapter of my book is like regarding free will and do we actually have agency? The answer is yes, but also no. To clarify there. Or both or neither. Yeah, I mean, it's, well, like the way that people who deny free will like to put it is like things are causal. The cause results in the consequences. That includes human experience. Those causals are deterministic. Therefore, free will doesn't exist. It's like, all right, that's fair. That's true enough. And then they're like, and this is just this abstracted understanding of the thing. And then they try and reinsert it in a spot where free will, as we understand it, means something completely different, which is, I didn't do my homework because I couldn't. And I know I couldn't because it wasn't done, so I didn't have the free will to do it because it wasn't going to get done anyways, therefore that's why I didn't do my homework. It's like, brother, that's not how that works. You've inserted a very abstracted notion of free will into a very, like, words change meaning based on context, right? And people don't like that, and people act like that's not true, but the meaning of stuff absolutely changes on context, and free will, when it has this hyper abstracted sort of context, has a different sort of meaning than like this colloquial, embodied, like everyday type of definition of free will. And I think too many people commit the error of acting like one applies to the other. Also, in the other direction too, defenders of free will take this like colloquial, apparent existence of free will in everyday human experience, and then they will say that free will is somehow transcendental and we can move atoms with our mind because we have free will, and that's also equally stupid. So the meme of the cow showing the 2 quarters showing the illusion of free will is true. Yes and no. People do the substitution with God as well. Yes. They jump from first cause arguments into specific religious restrictions. Absolutely, 100%. Hello, and what are we doing in that time? Just joined. Well, we are doing a mental exercise called 100 Questions, where you ask yourself 100 questions. The idea is that as you ask yourself questions, you kind of peel back the layers of your subconsciousness. You do it with no filters on yourself. You don't have to answer any of the questions. Like, you could ask, who's your daddy, and what does he do? And then you don't have to answer any of that. It's a brainstorming exercise. And I've done this, like, at least 20 times. I've done this a lot over the course of, actually probably more than 20, probably around 50 times. Just ask yourself 100 in a row. Usually it takes over an hour. This is the first time I've done it on stream or done it publicly, so the vibe is a lot different, and I'm answering a lot more questions and going on tangents and also explaining what I mean. Because sometimes I'll ask something like, do you have the courage of your convictions? This is actually a poor example. This is a terrible example, but here's a little bit of a different one. What are good memes regarding stylization? And I know what that means when I write that, but you guys don't necessarily know what that means, and so there's a lot more explaining of my questions as we kind of go through this, which is this more effective to do this publicly? And I don't really know, but we're doing it publicly for a few reasons here, or I am, or however you want to look at this, which is, one, we kind of, to some extent, want to have supporting evidence for our notion that this actually is effective, and two, big fan of accountability and transparency, and also, to some extent, will serve to explain if there are any major changes, kind of, that the gears are turning and processes have been set in motion. Although that makes it sound way more hype than perhaps it should. But perhaps it sounding way more hype is exactly what we mean by good memes. We have set in motion something that cannot be so easily undone. The process of change is occurring, whether you like it or not. Where's that Tom Hardy, like, I have the perfect... Speaking of meme, I have the perfect video for this. Oh my god.
Goddamn.
Oh, I don't want to get bopped, though. I guess I don't matter.
Money. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I'll take care of this. Hey, you, come on out. You don't want to do this. Why don't you put that knife away and take
Those dinges in there, didn't you? You hand over that cash, or I'm gonna cut some daylight into you.
Oh, listen here, mister. We got no way to understand this world. We got about as much sense of it as a bird flying in the sky. There's a lot that bird don't know. And it don't change the fact that the world is happening to him all the time. What I'm trying to say is that the course of your life, it is changing. You don't even see
Set in motion.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's when life happens to you. That's what he's talking about. Alright. Yeah, we like ourselves some Tom Hardy. Yeah, the purpose here is to ask questions, though. And so sometimes I have difficulty thinking of them. Sometimes life punches you in the face. Exactly. That's the way it be sometimes. You know what? Also, to some extent, it's your own trauma. Or, like, sometimes it punches you in the face, but also there's, like, this interesting... If life is feeling like it's punching you really hard in the face, you also just... As long as it's not something related to your, like, physical security, like being food insecure, housing insecure, this type of stuff, a lot of times it's just you punching yourself in the face, too. Not that... to diminish what is necessarily happening, but your perceptions filter your experience of reality. How can we our filters, and to some extent thinking something's really important or not important is, or says something about you, or doesn't say something about you, or means something for your identity, or doesn't mean something for your identity. That's just a filter. And so when a lot of bad things happen that are just like really cataclysmic, they have to do with the violation of expectations, but expectations could always have been otherwise. Usually when someone makes you really upset, it's because they violated your expectations on their behavior, but those expectations could be different. And also how important those are to you could be different, which isn't to say you shouldn't get upset at people or this type of thing. I'm just saying that it is filtered by your perception of reality. And the fact that your perception of reality filters reality is like an illusion, or like it's hidden from you. It's like you are wearing a pair of glasses. And you don't realize that you're wearing a pair of glasses, just everything has a slightly different tint. And you just go through life like this, and like one of the points of structured mental introspection or mental exercise or inquisition or brainstorming is to take these off and be like, okay, how am I filtering reality? So how might we be filtering reality in a way that is either not good or not accurate? which is kind of people assume that accuracy is always good, but not necessarily. There is this study that often gets referenced in teaching. And in some instances, having a perception of reality that is divergent from reality is actually more useful than having the correct interpretation of reality. And that's often in instances where your perception is going to alter experience, either experience or outcomes. And the Pygmalion effect is named after this Greek myth of Pygmalion, who was a sculptor that fell in love with the statue he created so much that it came to life. And so this is kind of looked at by Robert Rosenthal and Lenore Jacobson. It's also sometimes called the Rosenthal effect. But they did this study where they took two groups, or they divided students into two randomized groups, a control group. Or actually, I don't even think they had a control, so maybe it wasn't necessarily the best structured study. I think they had a control classroom. But in the classrooms, what they did is in one classroom, I think they assigned the students based on their scores, and in one classroom, they assigned them randomly. And they told the teachers that they had two groups, a gifted group and a stupid group. And what they found is, by the end of the year, even when the students were randomly assigned, those who were assigned to the good group were the better students, and those assigned to the bad group were the stupid students, although stupid is used very loosely here. And the idea is that the teacher's expectations regarding her students, or his students, I'm not sure if there were male teachers in the study, they shaped the outcomes. And so the belief of whether or not they were good students became something that affected outcomes. And in instances where this is going to be the case, then it is useful to sometimes believe stuff that's not true. And to bring things back to free will, I think free will is an example of this, where believing that free will exists is probably more useful, independent of whether or not it does exist. And I make this argument in the book. It's kind of like a payout structure. The idea is that regardless of whether or not free will exists, you should just believe it exists. Because you have free will, right? It either exists or it doesn't exist. And we could do a payout structure like game theory. Game theory often uses payout structures, but reality is a certain way. And we can play a game against reality and pretend like reality is another player, a la game theory, right? And free will either it exists, or it doesn't exist. Very simple. Maybe an oversimplification, but it's okay, that's reality. That's effectively the player you're putting yourself against. And you could either believe in it, right? Or not. And we're just thinking about utility, right? We're thinking how useful it is. And if you like game theory, we would call this utils. Or not game theory. If you like utilitarianism, we would call these utils. But since we want to sound like a human being, we'll use the word utility, which doesn't make us sound like a human being, so we'll use the word useful. And if reality exists, and you believe it exists, that's probably good, because you're going to act like it exists, right? So we'll not make this too complicated. We'll just say plus mark, plus EV. It's good. It exists. We're glad that it exists. If you believe and it doesn't exist, like this is the state of reality, we're actually indifferent because we couldn't have done otherwise. So let's actually just do not available. Doesn't matter. Right? We could not have done otherwise. Who cares? Now, if free will... Let's draw arrows. If free will does exist and you choose not to believe, that's actually probably pretty bad, because you will think yourself not capable of doing things, and a la the Pygmalion effect, you might actually cut yourself out from good outcomes because you're like, oh, it's just how it is. Right? And then, if free will doesn't exist, and you choose not to exist, well, you couldn't have chosen anyways, because it's just chosen for you and you don't have choice, so who cares? And so looking at this from a pure game theory perspective, since it doesn't matter what you do when free will doesn't exist, it is just strictly better to believe that free will exists from a utility perspective, which is independent of whether or not it actually exists, but just from a purely utility perspective, you should just believe in free will. Yeah, like, good things are luck, bad things are my fault. Sounds like poker players. I have a similar belief that society should treat people as if they have free will, because it leads to better incentive structures. I think so as well. Although I think that I'm not a very big fan of punitive types of punishment. If there's evidence that something... So there's... Basically, the evidence suggests that relative to life in prison, the death penalty doesn't act as a deterrent whatsoever. So I'm, like, super anti-death penalty, but... yeah. I've seen this line of thinking about religion. Yes, this is somewhat similar to Pascal's wager. Except the problem is that Pascal's wager doesn't include all the commitments that you have as a result of believing and how that affects, like, your actual life. It's just how you experience reality after death. But yeah, this is Pascal's wager. Or it's similar. But the idea is if God exists, you should believe in him so you get in heaven. And if he doesn't exist, when you die, it doesn't matter. But you are paying a cost, let's say, to believe that he exists while you're alive. So it's not just a free roll, like the free will is. And then, it is similar to Pascal's wager, though. It's very similar to Pascal's wager. You could think of it as being somewhat similar. I think that there's a bit of a divergence here, because there's more commitment to Pascal's wager. Also, a lot of deities would prefer... there's like 1,000 religions, right? Most of those religions prefer non-believers to people who believe in other gods. So you might be pissing off another god, or a potential god, by choosing one. So in theory, what you should actually do is... whoever there are the angriest gods, you should choose to believe in those. Yeah. Not just Yahweh, the god of... whichever god is most punishing when you believe in other gods, that's the god you believe in order to minimize punishment. Pascal's wager also makes the mistake of assigning infinite EV from heaven to hell instead of discounting future benefits to present value. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that this is more robust than Pascal's wager. But also, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek. This is, it's a utility argument. Well, I mean, I also kind of mean it. But I also mean it alongside this. When people use the word free will, they often use it in a context where free will is referring to something else, and then they will use it in a context where the reference is different. And not have an appreciation from the fact that the meaning of words change in different contexts. So, but back to more questions. What tools should I be using? Is there good mind map software? To-do lists are an interesting thing. It's a very blunt instrument, but if you just have a to-do list and you look at it every day, and then you cross stuff off and you, like, just plug through it, it seems like it's just a very nice type of way of structuring, like, things that you need to get done. The thing about to-do lists, though, is they're not specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, or timely. Or they often, well, actually, they're often specific, but not, they're not specific about when you do the thing. Unless they are, I guess you could be specific. Often it's just a task by itself, so it can often not be like this. You write believe there. I choose to interpret it act as though you believe, because I don't know how you can choose to believe something. I mean, it's a thought experiment. In the thought experiment, well, yeah, you can substitute act like you believe, but you're saying that this is not a real choice between believe and don't believe, to some extent rejects the entire premise of the thought experiment, right? Which, I mean, you can do, but then you can't, then you're, like, not playing it. It's like, the trolley problem, you can't say I untie the people from the tracks, because you're just rejecting the thought experiment, right? There was another thing that I was thinking maybe we should do. What is... I'd prefer to actually do this through mind maps, which are not, like, brainstorming generally through mind maps rather than, like, this, like, linear question asking, but this works better for on stream. But if I were to do more brainstorming on stream, then I would need a different tool for this. I think we might not go to 100. The flow of this is also a little bit different because I'm explaining myself a lot. I mean, this may be an interesting one. Which, that's kind of a lot to unpack. But it's kind of interesting in the context of me doing this publicly rather than doing it just by myself. Or at least I think it's interesting, which is we think of identity as being a discrete entity within one's own body, something like this. But in some sense, identity is an abstraction. It doesn't have to solely exist inside of a person. The VTubers understand this. But if identity doesn't have to exist within a person, then it makes activities like doing something on stream a little bit more interesting from the perspective of there's a sort of synthesis. There's a sort of synthesis. There's a sort of synthesis going on here because of the gaze. Which we might unpack in just a second. We might not. I'm losing the thread of my thought, though. It had to do with memetics. Oh, there's this interesting kind of theory in memetics that we aren't actually a unit of identity ourselves, but we are merely vehicles for memes in the same way, a individual of a an individual of a species is a vehicle for genes. And to some extent, we have socially constructed identity. And there's a good model for this called the looking glass self, but also Sartre, who we mentioned. When using to-do app, you should take care of to not delete finished items, but instead mark them as accomplished. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should get an app for this. I've used analog, but maybe an app is better. I'm a little bit mistrustful of apps in general, but there's actually a lot of value to using stuff like the analog version of things, like mechanically. There's this interesting book called Rip It Up, but you get a lot more out of like embodied action and writing something on a piece of paper and then crossing it out, and then even like the one of the examples used in Rip It Up is if you have a pervasive thought that's bothering you and you do like a little bit of an exercise to get rid of the thought, and then you actually literally rip up the paper on which you did that, that's actually better for helping you like clear the thought than not ripping it up. So the mechanical and embodied representation of you ripping up the reality has value, and so doing something not on an app has some amount of value as well. I found you can tell whether you've put part of your identity in something external. You can tell if it's attacked, or you get angry if it's attacked. Yeah. Oh, but you said that might have some unpacking, because there you're saying part of your identity. Which I'm not sure I would use that language. I think the idea works, though, within the way I'm thinking. I mean, I don't necessarily hate part. The thing that I'm a little bit hesitant towards is that it sounds almost like it's a feature of you rather than you yourself, like the actual you, like the inner, like more central you, which is what I'm getting at, is that the degree to which identity is possibly not your own pervades way deeper than the Jets are good at fumbling, and they fumble a lot. So when someone says they fumble a lot, because they do fumble a lot, people get upset. Although I'm not that interested in sports ball in general. The chicken is the egg's way of making more eggs? Yes. Capitalism was invented to sell more chickens. Eggs were invented to sell more chickens. Chickens were invented to sell more eggs. Although, I've always hated what came first, the chicken or the egg, because obviously... So first of all, the chicken and the egg are not two discrete things. They are, like, the same individual within, like, a life cycle, right? But second of all, reptiles preceded avian species, and they laid eggs, so eggs just came first. So whichever was the first, like, chicken, the thing that laid an egg. And it came before, like, the chicken that people mean. How dare you impugn the Jets? Yeah, basically. Don't worry. You're getting upset that I'm making fun of the Jets? Don't worry. I'll drop it. Shout out to the Jets. Sartre's gaze is kind of a little bit of an interesting one, that when we think that we're being observed, and I think about this quite a bit with content creation if I'm actually being mildly introspective, which isn't always. When we are being observed, our attention turns inward. So you're in a park. I think he, in kind of his more famous description of this, it uses an example when you're in a park. You're in a park and you're enjoying the park. But then if you see someone else in the park, you become aware of yourself because they're watching you. Your attention turns inward, and suddenly your experience of the park is dramatically different as the result of this socially turning inward. Because you're not experiencing the park, but you're experiencing your perception of what you think their perception of you is, which to some extent is also the looking glass self, which says that we actually construct our identity or represent our identity internally to ourselves based on what we think other people would think about us, based on what we think about ourselves. So but is this all... Oh, I want to say mental masturbation, but maybe that's bad for the YouTube VOD. This is all just frivolous and too abstract. That's one thing also. There's like certain things I just can't say on YouTube and Twitch that like I obviously can't ask questions about because the format like forbids it, which I otherwise might. Like, anything to do with sexuality is, like, verboten. Or, well, not worth getting into. And this is sometimes, like, the... How do I avoid the mistake of thinking about the thing... Kick stream soon, basically. I actually don't like... yeah, I zoomed in a little. Hopefully you guys can see it better. Well, I don't know too much about Kick, so it's difficult for me to talk about it. But the primary thing I know is that they allow, like, more gambling. As someone who has a couple of poker videos on YouTube, YouTube's shifting policies regarding that make me mildly uncomfortable. I think technically I could get bopped if those were to get reported, which maybe I should take them down. But I also like the idea of never taking anything down, ever, as part of like a transparency thing. But poker is like a game of skill, and very often the differentiation is like, I think Twitch and YouTube allow poker because it's a game of skill, but they won't allow like slots. But sometimes they're not necessarily consistent on the way that they approach that type of thing, so it creates issues. I should just retire soon and just play video games, says Edgewise. Yeah, depends. Staying busy is good. Having a sense of meaning is good. Do I have a sense of meaning? This is something I thought about, is like, can you get meaning from scaling? And what I mean by this is, when I used to teach chess kids in after-school programs, I used to think, honestly, like, my life felt more meaningful because I actually felt like I was making an impact on these kids' lives and also teaching them life strategies and, like, in a meaningful and substantive way, making these kids' lives better. When I think I show a spreadsheet and explain to people how to, like, make the line go up another percent, like, to some extent I think it's entertainment, but I really kind of question whether or not I'm improving the quality of people's lives in a substantive way relative to if they just watched some other video on the same thing, right? or just like you watch any other streamer or YouTuber for the same thing. It's like, is it that meaningful a difference? And I think that the answer is probably no. I don't really. I think that this is a subjective experience for people, and honestly, I don't get. The feedback I get is all abstracted and it's like never detailed, except to what people very directly tell me. And some people say, "Wow, you like changed my life" or whatever, like this type of thing. But like, I also don't know how reliable they are, or if they're just like in a formative portion of their life where anyone would have changed their life, right? And you can't like conduct an experiment on that. But the point is like, I think that I am impacting lives in a way less important way than when I was teaching chess to kids. But this month, for example, I have 1 million views. And I didn't teach chess to 1 million kids. So just moving the needle very, very slightly on more people, is that more impactful? Is that more meaningful? And then there's also, there's some people whose lives I made worse. Because I was like, this is how you play this game, and then they're under 38 and they clicked and they saw a spreadsheet and then they were traumatized for the rest of their life. So in reality, I'm probably a menace, but it's just like something I was thinking through. But emotionally it doesn't feel meaningful. So how can I incorporate the fact that what I'm doing scales into my emotional reaction to how impactful I feel, right? Because this is something just like the nature of technology is such that this is like lost in translation, and a lot of stuff is like lost in translation. The sheer volume of people who watch my stuff, like, it's completely lost in translation. Like, my lived experience is I'm just in front of a computer by myself in my room, like this type of thing, in an embodied way. And the physical embodiment is really the driver of what you feel, rather than, like, the notion of thousands of people having a lived experience where they are watching your stuff. Not this. No one, like, there's going to be like 20 of you who watch this, but, yeah. Am I working on something that will get lied in my obituary? Basically, yeah. We're getting into nihilism? Nah, that doesn't matter, though. Been working 6 12-hour shifts long enough. I probably have enough money to retire, says Edgewise. That's... Just because you have enough money doesn't mean you should instantly retire. I mean, it's an indicator that you now have that choice. So I guess you should think through it, but... Did something happen, or is this just a philosophical stream? It's a philosophical stream. It's in the just chatting category, right? I didn't accidentally put this in EU5. See, the thing is if I had a Microsoft... Or not Microsoft. If I have a Google Docs open... I could actually put something in the EU5 category and just have a Google Doc opened, and like everyone would be like, all right, well, I guess Generalist is using Google Docs to evaluate. At least at first blush. I have no kids up to 37 saw the spreadsheet. Yeah, basically. Hopefully not. Just causing trauma. I actually, there was a time with the kids once where I just, in the passing, the more talking to myself, mentioned something about necessary and sufficient conditions. And then one of the kids was like, what are those? And I was like, oh, you do not want me to unpack that. And these kids are like 6 or 7. And then I was like, no, you really don't want me to unpack it. They're like, no, tell us. And I was like, trust me, you guys will not enjoy this experience. And they're like, no, tell us. And I was like, fine. And then I told these 6-year-olds the difference between necessary and sufficient conditions. And then one of the kids was like, you were right. We didn't want to hear any of that shit. I was like, nah, you see, this is what I mean. I'm not really telling you about necessary and sufficient conditions. I'm telling you, you should trust me when I say you're not going to be interested in this. So I happened to play chess 40 years ago. Being a strategic thinker is great. Probably helped me out a lot in life. I haven't played chess more than a dozen times in the last 30 years. Critical thinking can be applied in life the same way it benefits you beyond chess. Yeah, but you don't necessarily, well, you can filter life through chess. But it's a very specific kind of stylization. It's a type of game you're thinking that you're teaching, not a game. Yeah, well, I would often try and teach learning strategies and broader, more philosophical realities of life and like this type of stuff rather than just chess. Because chess is kind of like... So here's the thing, is I actually think that chess might not even be itself be that enriching to kids. I think it's super overhyped, and a lot of like helicopter parents love chess because they just want their kid to be smarter, and so they're like, I'm gonna put them in chess because they have this like they are living vicariously through their kid, and they just want their kid to be smarter, and so they try and put them in this smart thing, and then it's like, I interacted with a lot of parents I didn't think very much of, but I don't know, being a parent's hard too, so what can you do? There was a lot of kids who had no desire to play chess, and their parents put them in chess because they wanted their kid to be smarter, basically. That's not... They never, like, said, oh, I don't care that they don't like it, I just want them in chess because I want them to be smarter, but that's, like... They, like, wanted to do some other after-school program, they had no interest in the chess, and, like... It's not about picking your kid up late because you could just do a different program, and it's, like, not about what the kid wants and, like, this type of thing, and it's... Bad parents. Chess-piano combo, basically. Basically. Anyway, I briefly grasped at your list, sounds so abstract and disconnected from substance, so I got a question for you. Do you have passion for something? Do you give yourself freedoms to express deep emotions, even when you're alone? Have you found the strength to accept yourself? These deep questions. Because questions right is a lot of an intellectualization of emptiness. Sorry for blunt, but maybe rude articulation. No, I mean, I think I have something in here about it being kind of, to some extent, not necessarily just being kind of just like mental masturbation, like it's just like a nothing thing. But like I also have a degree in philosophy, and to some extent I think thinking through things so that I can form a more accurate worldview, for most people this is something that is instrumental. They want to understand the world to the extent that this allows them to navigate the world so that they can better get something else that they care about and value. For me, this is good in itself. Like, I think that, like, so some people want to lift more weights. They want to get stronger. Clarifying and understanding the world better to some sense to me is like something that interests me, and this is not something that is necessarily necessary to do that. This is, I've thought through a lot of these things a lot before as a consequence of this being an end in itself, the updating of the worldview, independent of, like, this is the high score. This isn't how you get the high score, this is the high score. Whereas for most, like, whether or not free will exists, kind of, people don't care. But to answer the other question, I can express emotions to myself when alone, and I do. I think I could also do it in front of other people. Do I have a passion for something? Kind of depends what you mean by passion. But to bring back some of this earlier, like, self-worth is generally something I struggle with in part of the self-esteem equation. Which is why it's up here. Right? I believe myself capable, but not necessarily worthy of happiness. But anyways. A lot of people don't know what it's, how to teach their kid to think, to be honest. Yes. What parents tend to forget is kids are like to problem solve and will seek out without too much intervention from their parents. Also, there's like a category of kid who just really likes chess because they just really want to be smart. So it's not just the parents that like fall into this, but I remember a student of mine who like was obsessed with IQ chess and a Rubik's Cube, and like solved Rubik's Cubes and like stuff like this. And he's just so transparently interested in being intellectual. And it's not, for kids like that, it's also not about the chess or not about the Rubik's Cube. Right? It's about the identity of being an intellectual. And so the chess and the Rubik's Cube are instrumentally useful. I actually remember this one kid who asked me if I could solve a Rubik's Cube, and I said, I used to know, but I can't remember. I used to be able to do one in like, I forget if it was under 2 minutes or under a minute, something like this. But then I remember he called me a liar, and I think what he wanted is he just wanted, or I know what he wanted. He wanted to be better at something he thought was intellectually important or an indicator of intelligence, and he wanted to be better at it than me, because I was the instructor, and being better than me is like better than being better than the kids in his class and this type of thing. And it's just was an interesting kind of experience. My response to him after that, or he said he didn't believe me, and I was like, well, why would you ask me then? Like, if you're gonna ask me like and not believe me, like, what's the point? But like thinking back on it is easier for me to see what he wanted. Is he wanted to have some sort of reason for thinking himself smarter than me, which, like, I don't know, you're like 11, dude, bro. But also, like, it's a poor proxy for intelligence, ability to solve a Rubik's Cube, because it's really just pattern recognition and practice and this type of thing. You need a reason to get stronger. Just saying it won't do much, IMO. Like, physically stronger, me? Or stronger at chess? Maybe. Maybe. But here's the sneaky thing is, like, what if part of me believes that low self-worth? Yeah. Here's the little bit of the one that makes me uncomfortable. What if there is a part of me that believes that the low self-worth, as in this is part of me trying to protect me, is useful for reason of achieving self-improvement, such that something subconsciously I lost the last part of that sentence I was starting. This is something that's nice about saying stuff out loud, is I can just talk through I could talk faster than I could type, and so I don't lose the thread as much if I'm talking. This is kind of, self-froth. That's not the one. And this is something that is, in the back of my mind, been something I've thought about before. Right? That it's a self-defense mechanism. Because you have there's a mental exercise called an ecology check. And this is a series of questions, but basically the idea is you try and find some negative behavior of your own, and you perform this kind of inventory of structured questions that you ask yourself regarding that negative behavior. And one of the things that you do is you try and find the positive motivation behind why you're doing that, because often there's a part of you that feels that that has a positive motivation behind what you're doing, even if you know that thing is negative and you want to stop in this type of thing. And so if I did an ecology check and I asked myself, like, well, like ecology or having low self-worth is not like a specific behavior, but you could run it through like the same questions you do in an ecology check is, and ask yourself, well, why do I sabotage self-worth? And like an answer you could have, like, what's the positive motivation for it, is to actually drive me to be better, right? That it's a sort of like whipping the horse, a self-flagellation to push me forward, motivational thing. Feeding ego, yeah. Ask the questions because comments seek abstract knowledge that is disconnected from personal reality just to evaluate their value. I'm smart, educated, erudite here, hence better than some other people, but also dry information they absorb don't satisfy any of their needs, unfortunately. I mean, like, I actually like understanding this stuff. I've definitely seen a lot of performative intellectualism, and a lot of times I think it is performative. Without trying to sound like someone who's, like, performative, I guess. It's actually something that, like, interests me. I have, like, a degree in the most, like, I got a degree in philosophy. Now, they might be opening up a philosophy factory somewhere where someone comes up with, it's an assembly line and someone comes up with the premises, or you come up with the argument and then someone else does the conclusion and you guys produce ideas and you do it in an assembly line. But barring that happening, a philosophy degree is really just a Ponzi scheme. Because the only thing you can do with a philosophy degree is teach philosophy. And I know what you might be thinking, but you're probably not thinking it, which is, well, but you can just, can we just refresh this? No, not like this. Not like this. For the most part, all you can do with a philosophy degree is just teach philosophy. It's a good degree for going into law as well. People tend to perform well on the bar if you go into if you have a philosophy degree. But other than that, there's like no profession that asks for a philosophy degree, so it's not like instrumentally useful. I mean, I guess I could have done it in a way that's motivated from my identity, but when I was that age, I actually approached the world in a lot more different ways, and to the extent that I was intellectual, it was actually a source of insecurity, and I tried to hide it. I remember in high school, because I actually didn't think appearing smart was particularly valuable socially, and I remember I acted like a total meathead and like super bro meathead, which I think I actually have more fun acting like that rather than intellectual. Just that you weave in the intellectualism for shock value, and the ideas themselves excite me. Often I will explain something in a social context where I know explaining it or talk about an idea in a social context where I know explaining it or talking about it is actually counterproductive. Just because I like the idea or I think the idea is interesting. Whereas like, bro, this girl does not give a shit about this, and I'm just like, I'm gonna explain it. But like, I remember in high school, I intentionally decreased my vocabulary to like only words with 1 or 2 syllables. Like, this was actual intention. Like, I would catch myself saying 3-syllable words, which obviously explaining this would be difficult because the word syllable has 3 syllables, but I like actively dumped down my vocabulary. And I remember like there was one time I had brought a book to high school, Rookie Mistake, and my girlfriend like looked at me mildly incredulously, and she's like, "You read?" Like it was outside of her reality. And at the same time, I was reading Nietzsche. So like, I mean, like, I mean, now I probably would be more motivated to do it, like, I guess in a performative way, but I still don't think it's very performative. Doesn't tie into the addiction discussion from earlier with the lady. You self-sabotage by justifying to yourself that you just want to feel safe. Your repetition, you don't want change. It kind of ties in. I think that what we're doing with the ecology check is looking for different perspectives on how this might be useful. I don't think it would be I don't think the intention behind that exercise is to dismiss this as just an excuse. You're supposed to treat it as a legitimate, and then try and find a different way of addressing it. And if you can address all the concerns, generally it makes changing the behavior easier, right? So, like, if I say that I'm concerned that I won't improve myself if I have high self-worth, and then the adjustment is, okay, well, what if we put together this process by which we're helping to facilitate improvement, and as long as we have that process in place and we stick to it, would it be okay for us to have higher self-worth? And then, you're asking yourself this question, and then you, like, try and ask the portion of yourself where you think that this is the motivation. And if that portion says yes, you move to the next one down the line. And the point is addressing all of the possible positive motivations behind the negative behavior in a way that respects those reasons, because once you address all of those reasons, then it is more difficult for you to internally resist changing the behavior. And that's the goal, is to avoid changing, or is to reduce the friction towards changing the behavior. That's the intention behind an ecology check. The degree exists to spread degrees, basically. I started to go to the gym and eat healthy because I knew that I'm in an ideal world, I should do it. And after thinking for a while and couldn't think of a good reason not to, I just started doing it. Yeah, so this is like kind of what you're trying to do with an ecology check. But yeah, I was like a fucking caveman with that girlfriend. Or when I was with her. I mean, also with her, but when I was with her. And intentionally, like, trying to be like a caveman. Should I be a caveman again? I think it's, like, way more fun to be a bro than an intellectual as well. Just, like, when you're actually actively doing it, people will, like, the thing is like, I actually, with men specifically, men will actually check you on either one, like, kind of in a social check type of way, not like, there's a way to, for intellectual, like, stuff, men will always, like, if you put forward an idea, it's very, very common that men will, like, challenge whether or not you know something, and they'll argue with you and this type of thing, and this is just part of, like, the social song and dance for men. And they're often trying to appear smart at your expense. But, like, if you act like a brutish, like, caveman, like, you'll also get, like, socially checked as well, but probably not as much as, like, you would have in, like, high school. I was a little bit of a brute, too. I was both a brute and an intellectual. Surely what you learn in philosophy degree is useful beyond job requirements. Oh, I think absolutely, but it's never a requirement. I almost think of it like a degree in critical thinking, but, like, if you go in the job market, virtually nothing asks for a philosophy degree, but I've met people who have employed people with philosophy degrees, and they generally think that the people who have philosophy degrees operate at a relatively high level, but it's not required for anything. A smart asshole is much worse than a dumb one. That's true. 100%. Can't be sad if head empty. I'm glad you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. You know who puts stuff down a lot is the Jets. I don't know if this checking happens one-on-one. Doesn't that depend on the public? Yeah, it depends on the environment you are in. Yeah, I think if you act brutish, like, people just are like, what's his problem? But, like, if you act like a jock or a bro, and you, like, I feel like it depends exactly what you mean by that, but whatever energy you put out, you're also going to get, like, checked by a similar version of that energy. Like, very often guys are, like, with each other kind of jockeying a little bit. Jets catching strays, that's certainly what they're catching. Of the things they're catching, many of them are strays, rather than something else. The benefit of a philosophy degree might be selection bias. Oh, yeah, the deeper thinkers going to get a philosophy degree, and then yeah, you know what, the I'm alive aside rate is way higher amongst people with philosophy degrees too, so there's that. But I honestly, like, should I just make my content bro content? Just like super like, alright boys, we're gonna get big money, big nice. And then just like, it's like a 30-second mashup of just like the GDP turning from like 1 into like 500 billion. And then we're just like, bro. That would be probably more fun for me. Pooping Astronaut, thank you for the follow up. What's space like? I would maybe have a more fun time doing like a bro persona. Line go up, let's go. You know what I could do is I could just like wear a backwards hat when I'm gonna do bro mode, and then like, alright guys, check it out. More taxes gets us more money, so we tax more. And then more privies, more happy, more tax. Let's go, send it, ship it. Bro. You could do what the dude with bro science is doing? Maybe. I'd have to check that out. I think it'd be better for the shorts format. Yeah, because one of the problems is it's actually... God. Is there a way to say this without it sounding really fucking arrogant? It's actually hard to actively sound dumb. You know what I mean? Or like super bro. Like, it requires cognitive load. If you're used to... I am very used to adjusting my vocabulary. And it does require, like, cognitive load. And generally you adjust it for the people you are interacting with. Which is why I don't use, like... I would not use a word like intellectualism when talking to a 10-year-old. Like, trying to teach them chess. And I'd certainly not use a word like obfuscatory. And so... it's like, it actively, like, if you have a certain type of vocabulary, broifying your vocabulary is, like, actively a thing. Bro's not tuning in for a 3-hour bro video. You know what'd be really funny, though? What if I had a 3-hour bro video, but every 10 minutes I tear my shirt, and then I just, like, the next, what is it, frame is, like, just, I have a brand new shirt. It's like, how many shirts can we go through? Bro, the GDP! Actually, here's the thing. Would it be more entertaining to do bro content? Like, independent of how good it is. Because I actually find this wildly amusing. Maybe I should just get a hat, wear it backwards, put on some sunglasses, and just, like, do a bro playthrough. And just not explain myself whatsoever. Like, that's what I did with the... Do I still have that wig around here somewhere? On Flavor Fridays for the Dev Diaries, I have this Guy Fieri wig. Everyone thought it was a Johan wig. This is a Guy Fieri wig. Right? And I never ever explained it at any point ever. But just putting on the Guy Fieri wig and just doing the entire thing. I didn't do a Guy Fieri character, though. I should have done a Guy Fieri character. Honestly, that would have been so much funnier. It would have been way more effort. I should have done that. Opportunities missed. But... What EU5 nation made you rethink life? Tibet. I would not want to play Tibet. To be fair, Tibet just has awful geography. They're actually probably pretty playable. They're the most playable, unplayable country, probably. I would find trying to dumb yourself down be exhausting long term. I mean, that's what I did in high school. I like legit, like, if it was 3 or more syllables, I'm out. And that's how I approached it. It's easier if you just do syllables rather than complexity of, like, arguments, but, like, I was just, like, a total, like, jock, bro. I'm, like, super bro-y in a gym context, too, though. If you catch me in a gym, like, I'm, like, a total bro. What does it even mean to do bro content? Is it just feeling more emotions? I think it's just feeling more emotions and more jacked and swole. Maybe I should just try and feel more jacked and swole. Should I need a flaming shirt? Brother. Brother, let's see if I can find it. What do you think this is, bro? What do you think that is? That's my Flavor Friday shirt. For content, you also need bro science. For every marketplace you have, build a fishing wharf, bro. I should just make everything like a gym analogy. Alright, so like, building a marketplace, alright, is like doing pec flies. Okay? Stay with me here. You want to constantly be under tension. Constant time under tension. Feel it in the pecs. What I mean is feel that in the trades, right? Constant tension. Which is, if you're making too much money, you need more of a pump. And if you're making too little money, you're overtraining. Good term for developing idiot insights. I had stupid theory crafting. But also, I've thought about just giving... I thought about doing a specialist gaming video where I just do all bad information. And just be super broy. Alright. Should I just try and be funnier? I think that, from an outside perspective, this doesn't actually seem like part of the job, but, like, the more and more I think about it, or whenever I think about it, rather, honestly, like, a big portion of my job is actually just trying to be as funny as possible. Except not trying, I just have to be as funny as possible, because if you try and be funny, it's not as funny. Just like when the Jets try and score, they don't. Yeah. Rage bait bro content, just do the whole opposite approach. Just put out only bad information. I thought about making a separate channel, Specialist Gaming, and just only put out bad. Too accurate for bro science and now to sound plausible but totally not naive. Be totally naive. A lot of the there's something to a lot of the bro science though. So the thing is almost all the studies for we're gonna dive down a rabbit hole that I think a lot of you guys aren't prepared about if I want to talk about that too much, but like emotionally, physically, or acumetically prepared for. But like a lot of the studies that are done regarding any type of strength training or gym context are done on just like college kids with low training ages, and so the effectively there's really not a lot of information for A when you're older and B when you're actually a really trained athlete. And so a lot of the stuff just stops applying, or there actually just isn't a study for it, because the population you did the study on is not the population you longer apply to. Because, like, I have a training age of maybe a decade, so a lot of the studies don't really even necessarily apply to me. Like, regarding, like, what rep ranges are effective, or how much volume is effective, or this type of thing, it's like, it does start to get really bro science-y, because what you have is the anecdotes of the dudes who are actually getting strong and what they're doing, and, like, there's no studies where, like, someone who is, like, an elite level athlete is intentionally shooting themselves in the foot to act as the control when they think the other thing's more effective. And so it's very difficult to have highly trained athletes. And I know I look like a fucking ball of butter, but, like, I squat close to 700 pounds, right? Like, as far as strength sports go, there aren't a lot of studies with people who squat over 500 pounds. There's just not. And so, like, the science, like the actual science of how to get stronger when you're squatting over 500 pounds, it fails you. And you must turn to bro science, the dark side of the science. You got to turn to the bro and the anecdotes and the, like, I think I feel it in my chest, bro, type of stuff, because that's what you have. The information's not good. Gotta get up for work at 3:30, so I'm bailing. Good night. Good night, good night. Take care. Day 9 described streaming as needing to be as entertaining as humanly possible every second. I do not envy the job, but informational definition is definitely secondary. Yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad definition, but, like, I also try and have, like, near 100% uptime on my talking, which is, like, I think actually not very good for this exercise. Because, like, the point is to be introspective and think through something and, like, this type of thing, and that generally actually requires a decent amount of silences. This has felt like we haven't gotten anything too deep, which is normally a function of this exercise, so we might just have to redo it on the stream. But it's also kind of an interesting, I don't know, it's just, like, it's just way different. Because there's also, like, blind spots in my understanding of reality and this type of thing, and, like, chat is going to see blind spots as well. But yeah, I often feel, like, out of breath when I finish streaming. Just because I think I use a decent amount of air when I talk, for, like, a video or this type of thing. And it's just constant for a lot of times. Boost it up to 200 questions, doubles better, bro. Volume. I've done more than 100 questions before, and it just, usually you kind of hit the between 60 and 80 is usually where you get the good stuff. To be fair, this, like, this bro rabbit hole is maybe, like, an interesting question. But, I've discovered that 200 is too many. But to be fair, if I'm doing it on stream and it's different, maybe 200 isn't too many. I have no idea how to answer that question. I mean, what are the better structured mental introspections to do on stream is kind of an interesting question. Certainly not meditation. Watching me stare at the camera for 10 minutes or 20 minutes or however long and try and completely empty my mind would be, like, actually the most boring stream. But, I do think meditation is one of the most useful mental exercises. That's just, like, the raw power, that just gives, developing attentional just, not direction, but just general fitness is something that's a little bit difficult to do. And what you do when you meditate is you try and empty your mind of anything. And I think that that's actually a really useful skill from the perspective of getting yourself to focus on particular things, because you are exercising specifically the skill of, like, not getting distracted. Because the purpose is to empty your mind entirely, and when you are meditating, things will flit into your mind and try and grasp your attention, and then your only goal is to just not get distracted. And so I think it gives you a very, very useful skill, but is not something that would be useful on stream at all, because the entire point would be, I wouldn't read chat, I would just like stare at the screen and like try to empty my mind, and it would be like the actual most boring stream ever. It would be, to the extent that it would be an interesting stream, it would just be completely meta, right? Where yeah, it would be a non-stream stream, a stream where the streamer just stares at the thing. Sure, there are people doing meditation streams. I'm sure those are girls mainly. Yeah, I think that they're girls. I don't know where. I could wear a push-up bra and do a meditation stream, I guess. We could actually see if there's anyone doing meditation. I'm kind of curious. I think the answer is probably yes, but I think, yeah, they're probably just boa streams. Wow, there's 51 viewers on rain sound on window car with thunder sounds. What the frick? Yeah, it's just ASMR. Interesting. No, I mean, like a the closest thing I could probably get to being just completely passive would be like a self-hypnosis tape or something like this. I would say meditation is to live in the moment, but it's a personal thing. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, like the experience on the viewer end is really the issue. Like, it's completely what you're doing when you're meditating, or meditating in front of someone else or in front of an audience is like, that actually doesn't move the needle at all, because the meditation experience will be the same, but just from the viewer perspective, you are trying to latch onto something else to be engaged, and if someone's just meditating, just staring at the screen, there's nothing to latch onto, right? Hot tub meditation, basically. I think your streams would actually benefit from more pauses in the talking, some to digest the information. Probably, but it's hard to know how much. So I'm going to commit an error. If I'm going to commit an error, right, I can commit 2 errors. I can talk not enough, and I can talk too much. And usually one of those is preferable to the other, A lot of times, the way people process stuff, think about what's more likely, instead of which is more important that I don't make. So, for example, how often you change lanes in the car, right, is a decision you can make. And if you do it too much, studies indicate that a lot of accidents are caused by lane changing. Also, on a macro sense, lane changing causes traffic, so you also cause traffic for other people, but that doesn't hurt you. But in theory, if you change lanes a lot, if you don't change lanes enough, it will take you longer to reach your destination. Because in theory, you can get places a little bit faster if you change lanes, but in practice, like, it's really not that much faster. So the question is, well, how much should I change lanes? And it's actually way more likely that that changing lanes more frequently will reward you than changing lanes more frequently will punish you. But when it punishes you, it's really, really bad, because you get in a car accident. And so the question to ask isn't, what do I think is more probable? Because what's more probable is you get to your destination faster. The question is asked, what's the total EV of changing lanes more frequently? And the answer, in my opinion, is really low. You should just avoid lane changes, because it makes it more likely you get in an accident. And if you do 1,000 lane changes a year, 5,000 lane changes a year, however many, it doesn't really matter, and you just cut that in half, then you cut one of the biggest causes of accidents in half, which, to be fair, the other person changing lanes also causes accidents, so you're only part of the equation there, but, like, you can look at it from the perspective of how many car accidents you get in a year on average, and reducing that average is more important than getting to places like under a minute faster on average or something like this. Why are you rethinking my life? Done a lot of thinking about that, but one of the big things is I'm not very happy just in general right now, and I was expecting to be a lot happier considering the level of success and support I've gotten with EU5, and I don't have that. And also, just my life is completely unbalanced because of what I did with EU5. I mean, I was legitimately averaging, like, I think over 13 hours a day. I don't know exactly how many days I had access to, but I got over 1,400 hours, and I wasn't AFKing. I wasn't just, like, leaving the computer on to pad hours. I was actively, like, if I was going upstairs to eat and I knew it was going to take, like, longer than 5 or 10 minutes or something like this, then I would close the game, which is not always what I do now. I'm actually less uppity about keeping my hours pure now that I've already gotten to the, like, 1337 plus, because I wanted to have that, like, actually have that. And so it's like my life is a little bit warped right now. I haven't read many books. I haven't done mental exercise stuff like this, and I haven't gone to the gym very much. And so I think that a pretty substantive change is needed, but a big part of what has been a bit of a wake-up call for me, from my perspective, is that, like, despite being, like, successful on this EU5 stuff, it actually, like, doesn't make me any happier, which actually makes me feel guilty because people have been very supportive and nice to me in this type of thing, and I was expecting to have more of a positive emotional response to doing well. Like, half the money I'm going to make from this year is going to be from this month, which a lot of people use my code, I'm very grateful, but it's like, yeah. I don't know. This is only on the Twitch and my ideas YouTube, though. This isn't on the gaming YouTube, so most of my audience won't see this. You gotta you gotta rebalance. Yeah. I mean, independent of, like, feeling good or, like, that, like, happiness, like, thing, like, I actually just have to go to the gym more. At a certain point, like, going to the gym and going on walks would actually just make me better at EU5 as well. Like, I have a lot of hours, but a lot of the hours are also junk hours, where I was only sleeping, like, 4 or 5 hours a night to be able to push more hours, which makes all of the hours qualitatively lower. Like, I was actually just trying to push really, really hard on hours, but feeling guilty about not being happy is one of the signs of depression for you. Yeah, I know. I mean, I also know I'm depressed, yeah. 100%. But, like, also when something bad happens in my life, it also doesn't, it often doesn't move the needle very much. Like, the bad things happening don't upset me that often, which kind of makes me feel like a sociopath sometimes. It usually has a lot to do with, like, how much of this type of stuff I'm doing. How much am I operating with intent in the way I look at the world and, like, my perspectives and this type of stuff. Take the easy way and start drinking. Hey, let's go. To be fair, I drank a lot on Friday. But that was like a social drink a lot thing. But I should have made my own drinks. Let someone else make my drinks for me. They're very heavy pour. I mean, in my head, I'm looking for some sort of hit it out of the park question. It's like, and I think the It's about hitting a flow state. And I think stopping to explain stuff kind of hurts that a bit. I mean, we could try just asking questions and ignoring kind of explaining stuff. Is there a name for this method of introspection? I'm just calling it, I've always just called it like 100 questions, because usually 100 is the target. All the answers at the bottom of the bottle. You just got to get to the bottom. I'm glad you had a great month with the EU5. I think there's some modifications you could do with your videos, but you've been putting in the work. Yeah, I mean, my videos are... From a creation perspective, my videos are relatively... relative to the other content creators getting similar views, are not that great. I think I just understand the game better than... I think most non-devs, if not all. Not necessarily, like, specific aspects of the game, because people focus on different stuff just in its entirety. Yeah, I think interaction's the opposite of flow. Yeah, I think that's kind of correct. That's why I kind of just tried to hammer out some questions. It's kind of an interesting idea, though. I think I've talked about this a few times. I think masculine and feminine is something that people think about operating on a spectrum. Like, which how you conceive of it internally really affects, like, what outcomes you can think, what happens, or how you... It really affects how you interact with the thing. Or if you're masculine on one side and feminine on the other. Even this orientation is like still also structuring it. Like usually the bad thing's on the left, so even the way I'm structuring it here implies that feminine is bad. But when you think of something as operating on a spectrum, doing something that's the opposite will pull you in that direction. So by definition, doing something feminine makes you more masculine. But this doesn't happen to be the case. This is just a way of conceiving it. And if instead you have like a double bar graph where when you do a masculine thing, your masculinity goes up and your femininity goes up when you do a feminine thing, then you have a relationship where like you're not moving in one direction doesn't move you away from the other direction, but this internal structuring of the thing affects how you approach things. And I think like being performative and being authentic are probably more like this, where being more performative just makes you more performative and being more authentic makes you more authentic. And it's not necessarily the case that being performative makes you less authentic, although often people who are highly performative are less authentic. Just like often people who are very masculine are very feminine. But I think there's like a lot of guys who care really a lot about being masculine, and so they act like hyper bitch made about a lot of things. As a consequence, like a lot of, which is like what is it, feminizing or derogatory language, or like feminizing language, or for the context of someone trying to act really masculine. But like dudes who try and act really masculine will often go to such frivolous lengths to not appear feminine, to the extent that it just like makes them look like a pussy. And it's like, depending on what you conceive as being masculine, this could kind of change. But for a lot of people, or for a lot of like models I've read for masculinity, it involves like capacity and freedom and like bursting through and overcoming and just like this raw strength and taking responsibility and like all these types of things. And just like being afraid of being feminine is so the opposite of all those things, such that if you're trying to be masculine and you're doing it to the extent that is warping your behavior by avoiding being feminine, then you're just like being a little bitch. But I think that to some degree that's the same with like being performative, where like you can be authentic and performative at the same time. But it's easy to think of it as operating in a spectrum. Can you explain the be too big for the audience to understand? Could the explanation be too big for the audience to understand? Yeah, I'm confused what's going on. Oh man, I wish I knew exactly when you typed that. Because I'm not sure. Yeah, cosplay, for example, is like performative but like not inauthentic. Well, for sure, I do think you understand the game better. If there's one thing I wish I could change is slow down. Well, people want me to make videos that are 10 minutes long, so I can either be incomplete or talk real fast. That's also, I'm not trying to talk faster most of the time, but with those, like, the short version of the video where I'm trying to do the actual summary in under 10 minutes, I am trying to talk pretty fast. Hello? It's called dialectics, sweetie, look it up. Yep, that's true. What are we discussing right now? Right now we're talking about an internal... how one represents these often dichotomies to themselves internally and how that affects the way that they engage with these dichotomies or perceived dichotomies. People perceive being feminine and masculine as opposite ends of the spectrum often, and the fact that you structure internally this idea as being on a spectrum changes the way you approach it. And if you thought of them as two bar graphs, because the bar graphs can go up and down independent of each other, but you can't become more masculine without becoming less feminine if this is the way it works. So the internal representation is going to, like, if you're trying to be masculine and this is the way you represent it on a line graph as masculine and feminine, if you're trying to be more masculine, you'll actively avoid things you think are feminine. You'll be scared of them. But I think being scared of appearing feminine is like not a very masculine behavior. Because I think part of most definitions of masculinity, not everyone has to have the same definition, but most of them involve the ability to confront problems or something like this. And so I think when you're running scared of looking like a girl, it's kind of, you're not helping your case. You're looking like a little bit of a girl. Which is, I'm saying that in a pejorative, like, contextually I understand that that's a pejorative and like it shouldn't be a pejorative, like, because I don't think running like a... I'm saying it as a pejorative because I know that would be what would bother the people who are trying to be super masculine. Not because I think like running like a little girl is a bad thing. I think a better way of showing it is a pie graph. I think a pie graph is also better, but it's a like extended pie graph. I've drawn this before, but like, are you more frequently acting masculine or feminine? And then on top of that, it's like a bar graph is when you act masculine or feminine, how masculine or feminine that is. So there's a frequency aspect of it, which is the percentage. This is the way I think of it, but it takes way longer to draw, which is why I didn't draw it the first time. There's a frequency perspective. It also takes longer to explain. And then there's an intensity aspect of it. Camping is intense. Right? Where you can be more intense at being feminine, but be feminine less often. and just be more masculine, more frequency, but in a less masculine way. People act differently around their parents than they do their friends, but usually neither's inauthentic. Well, in that instance, I actually think your identity itself actually changes, but that's a lot to unpack. The Japanese have a saying about that. Something like, everyone has 3 masks. One you show the world, one you show your friends, and one you don't show to anyone. Yeah. But I think that having a mask as a metaphor is maybe not even the right metaphor, because, like, it necessitates some inauthenticity, right? Where, like, I think being performative is not necessarily being inauthentic. It's this, I guess it kind of raises the question, what is inauthenticity? Right? Which is kind of a harder question to ask, but I think that I've written on this quite a bit. I'm trying to remember. For me, it's inconsistency with your own values. And also, intention to deceive. Which, not all lies are motivated by an intention to deceive. Like, when your girlfriend asks, do I look fat in this dress? Like, and you say no when she does, your intention there isn't to deceive, right? That's a white lie, where your intention is to smooth things over socially. You could also answer that in a way that doesn't involve saying something that's, like, actively false, but, like, I think that inauthenticity has, like, these kind of, I think that there are prototypical conditions for most things, and these, I think, are probably the 2 most important conditions for inauthenticity. But without defined slices of graph, instead of colors, will shift and blend. That's another way to look at it too, yeah. The looking at things in terms of discrete entities is a little bit easier cognitively, but yeah, these are also just made up things. This is a made up category of things, this is a made up category of things, and to the extent that they're all behaviors and we can categorize them as one or the other, doesn't necessarily mean that these exist in the abstract, which they don't. Just like archetypes or whatever, like Jungian archetypes, you can separate all your behavior into, like, 4 different archetypes if you want. It doesn't mean that the archetypes exist in the abstract, but that it's a scaffold for the organization. So to the extent that there's blending and messiness, the context where you're trying to evaluate these things, they need to exist. But in the reality where reality is chaos, which is the real reality, they don't even exist, and everything just blends together, yeah. I would like the 10-minute videos. I feel like when you make a 2-hour-long video about a topic, I feel turned off from watching, since the idea you're trying to express is over 2 hours. Maybe my attention span is too short. Well, I mean, when I do the 10-hour, like, or when I do the 10-minute, like, short version of the video, I'm trying to say everything I said in 2 hours and 10 minutes. And so much gets left out. There's virtually zero explanation. I'm just saying what the thing is. But yeah. You know what's intense? Mints. I'm glad that someone got my joke. Mints makes sense. Not anymore, though. It's intensity of authenticity sort of way. Yeah, this is another thing, is like, if you use prototypical values or prototypical definition, something's not binarily inauthentic or authentic. It's a matter of degree. Your girlfriend looks, if your girlfriend asks if she looks fat in the dress, do you mean PH fat or F fat? That's another way of doing it. You could also just tell her, I think the dress would look better on the floor. You say the fat makes her look fat, not the dress. Kappa? Yeah, basically. Basically. No, I mean, like, if you could also, like, she's also functionally what she's doing is actually generally not asking for information. When your girlfriend asks if the dress makes her look fat, she's not asking for information. That's not what she's asking for. She's asking for validation or approval or, like, reassurance that the dress is okay, right? Which is a different thing. Like, the words that are coming out of her mouth are not the actual words of her meaning. They're just a vehicle for conveying that meaning, which doesn't mean she's, like, being difficult or something like that, which guys who don't understand how to interact with people would, like, they often say their girlfriend is difficult or, like, people are difficult when it's, like, just a matter of, like, not all social interaction is just the actual literal words, but functionally what she's doing is not asking you for information. That's not what she's asking you for. And so you should just address the question that she asked rather than the literal words that she said. What's the right thing to do? Michael, all right, maybe we put this in here. We maybe look this up. I'll look back over these afterwards and highlight some of them. It's usually what I do when I ask 100. But then there's always the interpretation of society by the individual. Next comment I sent was the philosophy book. Dress on the floor is the nat 28 answer. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's the answer that actually you both dodge answering the literal content of the question, and also you correctly answer the actual question she's asking, which is for validation. But lots of men aren't very emotionally intelligent or were socialized to have tact. Yes. Often by other men. Men often give each other, like, a really hard time. And men will rip on each other very often for reasons related to the actual words that they say. Or you'll get in trouble with men for the opposite reason. Right? If you read between the lines too much with men, sometimes you get in trouble with men. The thing is, you have to learn how to decide what is actually important and what the communication actually means. Because a lot of times when men say stuff, they mean, like, the literal thing that they're saying. Which is, like, I feel like that can very easily get misconstrued as, like, me saying women are difficult. Women aren't difficult. They are just communicating stuff in there's a lot of... I forget the phrase where there's this word, but there's a lot of meaning that is not in the actual words we say. Like, take the phrase, I didn't say she was fat. And if you put an emphasis on any one of the different words, you actually completely change the meaning of the sentence. I'm sure there's a different sentence that this is better conveyed with, but it works with almost any sentence. I didn't say she looks fat implies that I didn't say she looked fat, but someone did. I didn't say she looked fat. Just strongly asserting that this is not something I did. I didn't say I didn't say she looks fat means I didn't say it, but I thought it. I didn't say she looks fat. I didn't say she looks fat, but I said someone did. I didn't say she looks fat. I said that she just is fat. And then finally, I didn't say she looks fat, but I said something else about how she looks. Right? And so, but like, and that's just emphasis. That's not even like subtext. Right? That's not even like the more complicated thing, which is when the girl asks you, do I look fat in this? Her question's not actually, do I look fat in this? It's, hey, I want to wear this. I'm feeling a little bit unsure if this is good for me to wear. Do you think that this is okay? And or, hey, I think I look good in this. I want to hear how good you think I look at this, because I think I look good in this, and I'm excited about it. Are you also excited to see me in this? Right. But the question is, do I look fat? So, are you thinking of the word subtext? I don't know when you typed that. I used the word subtext just moments later. Probably. I would think when trying to teach or inform someone, it should be easy, that a child should be able to understand a subject. I believe it was Neil deGrasse Tyson that said, you don't know a subject well enough if you can't explain it to a child. That was Einstein who said that. Neil deGrasse Tyson pilfered it. I'm not a huge fan of Tyson, but he might have said that too. He probably said it too. I think that was originally an Einstein quote. Quote is, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself, is often attributed to Einstein. However, there's no reliable primary source that records Einstein saying these exact words. All right, we learned something today. The quote emphasizes the importance of clarity and simplicity in understanding concepts. If it suggests that if you cannot explain something to someone as if they were a child, you may not fully grasp it yourself. The quote resonates with the idea that true understanding requires clear and accessible explanation. I think Fenneman may have said something along those lines, but not 100%. Surely you must be joking. That was a Fenneman's quote. So spreadsheets for 6-year-old oncoming. I think I often explain stuff in a way that's like somewhat simple. I just take a long time explaining it sometimes. I think that one of the reasons I can't explain stuff is because I actually had to explain stuff to 6-year-olds. 6-year-olds aren't stupid. 6-year-olds, like, if you look at it from the perspective of, like, 6-year-olds, what they don't have is knowledge. But they have, like, the cognitive apparatus to understand relatively complex ideas. They just don't have any knowledge, and they don't have reference experiences, and so they can't draw analogies very well because they don't have other things to even compare it to. And so lacking both knowledge itself and also knowledge with which to compare the thing to another thing, it's difficult. But if you explain things via analogy to kids, and analogies they specifically will understand, often you can get the kids to understand relatively difficult things. Knowledge. They're not dumb, they're ignorant of what they do not know. Yeah. Kids are smart. It's adults who have built systems of education which have killed curiosity. Yeah, I mean, the education system doesn't really reward critical thinking very much. Just like root memorization, which is real bad in a time with AI. Because we're getting to a point where AI is like proliferating and it's becoming a big thing, and it's a vibe. A really big thing, because I mean, soon people will, from the perspective of like making YouTube videos, soon people will be able to say, hey, make me an EU5 video playing this country, showing these themes. And it won't show you actual gameplay, but it'll fake the gameplay or whatever, and it'll be able to do it. But like, there's people have this violent kind of reaction against AI, but eventually what we're going to see is a lot of synthesis with AI, where especially in like education, kids freaking, I have friends that are teachers, kids can't fucking write right now, like at all, like they just can't do it, and they use AI a bunch to do it for them. And also like and kind of the way the trajectory looks is the top 10% now look like the top 10% from like a decade ago, but the bottom 90% are really bad at a lot of things in terms of just overall performance, relative to like a decade ago. But the task isn't to force the kids to learn how to write themselves, not necessarily, but it's to force the kids to understand the limitations of AI and to also like learn how to fill in the gaps to the degree to where AI is limited, and also to understand where AI goes wrong and these types of things, and like all this. And eventually it's going to become a task of being a pilot of AI, much in the same way that you're a pilot for your car. Your ability to run 100 miles is not an important skill. And the education is just completely unequipped and also not adjusting at all to the new realities of this, let alone even the realities of kind of pre-AI, where stuff is less and less about information. Our education system is built on a paradigm where you just have to know a lot of information, and it becomes about memorizing information. But that's like pre-internet. Now you can just Google everything. I have all the information in the world right here. All of it. And the issue is not knowing information. Memorization is a useless skill. It's understanding when you have good information, understanding when you need to get more information, understanding how to evaluate information, and understanding how to get information. Not actually knowing the thing. And the schools don't teach for that either. They don't teach critical thinking. They don't teach evaluating information. They just teach information. The information can be useful, and you can use it as an instrument for teaching critical thinking skills, but fundamentally the critical thinking is way more important than it ever was before, even pre-AI. And now with AI, it's like even more important, and you have to learn how to synthesize with it. Is this a to-do list? No. It's just the entire point is that I'm asking myself this question as a sort of scaffolding for trying to be engaged in introspection to try and figure out what I should be doing differently. I'm trying doing this in front of you guys. I think doing it in front probably actually makes it a little bit worse, but also it's just maybe a little bit different, so maybe it's not worse. But this is just a mental scaffold for looking through things. And the structure is you just ask yourself 100 questions, you have zero filter, and often you reveal stuff within your subconscious. But there's a little bit less revealing because I'm explaining a lot, and so maybe I should have just done this differently. Speaking of Tyson, he made a video listing 5 questions where 6-year-olds give more accurate answers than adult. That's interesting. The idea is to introspect by asking question after question, then see where the subconscious... Yeah. It's not working very well with the stream. No, it's not. No, it's not. Should I just ignore chat? To be fair, I could have done this and just completely ignored chat, and maybe that would have been more interesting and performative. Not that I think it's entirely useless, it's just like a lot of this is me asking questions that are related to questions I've already asked myself, but also involving a lot of explanation and talking rather than trying to dig at the truth or trying to dig at something deeper, which is generally the point of this. Because the normally what you do is you don't try and answer any of the questions, but I'm answering the questions and explaining the questions because I'm streaming. So the kids are cooked. We're defunding the schools and teachers. There's nothing to support them. Yeah, I don't want to blame the teachers because teachers get a super bad shake of things, and also they're incredibly limited. Like, the teachers aren't allowed to say, hey, you're going to use AI, but here's how to try and use it more effectively. Aren't most schools still based on the Prussian method still? As far as I understand, yeah, which is like pre-20th century. You won't always have a calculator around. Yeah, but is that, but like on steroids? Most kids hate math, and I think math is one of the most valuable subjects to learn. I think math up to statistics, like enough to understand statistics, and statistics is really useful. After that, I don't know how useful it is. So this method is just you writing out 100 questions. I've never seen this before. Yeah, it's a very simplistic brute force method of trying to introspect, and the idea is usually it's a little bit less effective now because the stream and the talking and the discussion, which isn't necessarily bad, it's just not what it normally is. But usually you just like the first 30 are just like kind of surface level. You're like it's whatever's on your mind. It's like should I get groceries? Do I like veal parm more than chicken parm? Whatever it is, whatever it wants. But the idea is, in the first like, let's call it 30 questions, the idea is you're just trying to peel back your own filter. You're just trying to get beneath you're peeling a layer away. Because you're going to be asking yourself a lot of the same questions you ask. It's all going to be very surface level. But then once you start getting into the deeper ones, you start getting a little bit more introspective and you start finding threads. And the important thing is, since you don't have to answer any of the questions, this allows you to explore different areas of what you've been thinking in a way that you otherwise generally aren't able to. And you are still constantly asking questions. So it's an invocation of a more curious, like, kind of mind for yourself. You don't get stopped by your previous question because you don't have to answer the question. And usually, I have found between 60 and 80 is where a lot of the really good stuff happens. And to be fair, we have this idea, which is a little bit interesting, which is just like, maybe we should just make bro content. And I don't think that's... Usually it's a bit more interesting than that. But I usually have found that something interesting generally occurs between 60 and 80. And then it kind of, like, keeps going. But, like, usually I'm just curious enough about that some other idea in here that I actually need to ruminate on or take a closer look at or think through, like, that specific idea. That stuff that happens afterwards just tends not to have that same spark. And so this is how it often goes, in my experience. Which, anecdotal, but I've done this like 50 times probably. Yeah. Critical thinking is needed to stand in line with a musket, basically. It's true, shout out to Prussia. I remember this essay, if they taught English the way that they taught math, like the first 10 years would be vocabulary and diagramming sentences in college. You can read your first poem. Kind of. I see what your point is. They should probably have more hands-on stuff in math, but also math scaffolds more. Like, you fundamentally have to scaffold in math. You don't have to scaffold. And this is something that's interesting about a philosophy degree. Like, for, I think, a lot of subjects, you have to take the, like, 100 classes before you take the 200 classes or the 300 or the 400. Like, especially stuff like physics, engineering, this type of thing. But with, like, philosophy, you don't really need the other things. Their classes are just more difficult, but they don't really build on the knowledge. Like, the 300-400 level classes are more difficult, but they don't build on the previous knowledge. Unless you're specifically doing something more in an analytics school, or there's some stuff that scaffolds, but for the most part, it's not. And instead, it's just kind of a general degree in critical thinking. But math does scaffold. Like, you have to understand how to do addition before you can do multiplication. You have to understand what a variable is before you can do complex algebra, this type of thing. The thing is, math is not inherently hard, it's just highly dependent on the one teaching and how the learner receives the information. Point in case with my Calc 2 course in uni, having a good professor goes a long way. Yeah, I mean, I actually think... Yeah, I think statistics is really kind of... Statistics is very interesting, and you could use a ton of fun examples in statistics. I think it's the most important, like, purpose of math is understanding statistics, because it helps you understand information in general. That last one's actually a big issue, is you can't tell when you have a cognitive bias because you're blind to the bias. Unless you're primed to look for it a lot. But even people who study cognitive biases specifically aren't immune to them. They still experience it. You just need procedures for evaluation that involve... how do I want to word this? You need ways of evaluating that involve factoring in that you're going to make this error, or to act as like stopgaps or something like this, or jigs by which you can't make that mistake. And there's a interesting example, I think, for regression to the mean. Or there's an example that I've repeated many times, so it's really easy for me to just repeat it again. Which maybe I should just search up some new examples of stuff. But this is by author, economist, psychologist Daniel Kahneman. It has to do with a distribution curve. And when he visited the Israeli Air Force, which I guess now talking about is a little bit more loaded than it was back then, but when he visited the Israeli Air Force as a consultant, the commanders told him that whenever someone performed well and they complimented them, they would always perform worse afterwards. And if they performed bad and they ripped into them, they would always perform better. So they'd learned, well, actually, in reverse order. They told him that they had learned that yelling at pilots was way better for getting performance, and just ripping them out and complimenting them didn't matter. And then, you know, asked for further clarification, they gave that sort of answer, where it's like, if you yell at them, they tend to do better, and when you compliment them, they tend to do worse afterwards. And so you learn something, you get this worldview that yelling is good, right? Complimenting is bad. And it actually comports with reality. But the reason that it comports with reality is because of something called regression to the mean, which is that our average performances tend to be average, right? No. Which sounds very, very intuitive, but that this is occurring is something that is almost always lost on us. And this is especially a source of consternation when regarding our own performances, because very often when we perform something really, really well, we think that this is our new baseline, and we get frustrated when all of our performances afterwards tend to be bad. But what was happening is the pilots, when there was a really good performance, they would compliment the pilot. But the average pilot's performance is in here. And so even regardless of what they did to the pilot would almost always be in here afterwards. And same with when they have a spectacularly bad performance, they would rip on the pilot. And it was true that the pilots would always do better. But they were doing better not because of the yelling or the complimenting. They were doing better or worse, but instead because there was a regression to the mean. And so they overemphasized, or they incorrectly learned, the commanders, that what they were doing was having an effect. And they incorrectly learned it despite the feedback being basically 100% accurate. And this was because of cognitive bias that blinds them, where when predicting stuff, we tend to underestimate this regression to the mean, that average performances will tend to be average. And that what the average is actually spectacularly important as a predictor of skill. If you know nothing about Billy, and then you learn that Billy got 100% on his last test, and you are asked to rate Billy's IQ, what people will do is they will tend to overrate Billy's IQ by a lot with their very limited information, because they don't factor in a regression to the mean, which is that Billy is likely to be average intelligence because everyone on average tends to be average intelligence, and that's a very small data point, one singular test. And so you probably would want to rate Billy's intelligence as being maybe 102 IQ or something like this, just slightly above average, 105. I don't know. 105 may be too generous. And the idea is, what you should do is you should factor how much of this is going to be based on average, and how much of this is going to be based on info you have. In this case, Billy getting 100 on his test. And you do a weighted average. So, info times x minus 1 with info, or here, let's actually... what you have is information you have, or the average performance average performance. In the case of IQ, it's 100 times weight of info, or sorry, 1 minus the weight of information. So if you weight the information as 20% important, then you should, then this would be, average performance would get an 80% weight. So you would say his IQ would be 80 plus information adjustment times weight of information. And in theory, this is actually how you should evaluate it if you're trying to adjust for regression to the mean. But that's not what we do. We just put enormous weight on the limited information we have. It's called the availability heuristic. And it makes it really easy for us to misevaluate stuff. Because there's a sort of thing where what you see is all there is, and if you get any sort of information, that's what you see. Oh, I see we gotta ban someone. Got it. Yeah, someone's trying to be funny on YouTube. No, it's the same person. This person makes multiple accounts. He'll probably be back. We are familiar with this person. IQ being measured is the only present time. People score differently over time. Kind of. It does have an adjustment for age. So in theory, you're supposed to be able to... it will change over time because it does have to do with like external factors and this type of thing, but yeah. It does have lost my train of thought there. Is this something like the survivorship bias with the World War II planes? That's the same guy. The same guy who wrote about that and used it as an example was Daniel Kahneman. He wrote about a lot of cognitive biases. But IQ is adjusted for age. And so someone with like... you don't... you score IQ only if you know the person's age. And it's supposed to be relatively constant over age. Oh, is it the Russian dude with the alpha white knight? Is it the Russian dude who is a alpha male white knight to save Western civilization from woke? It is the person who claims to be Russian. I don't know if they're Russian. They claim that they're like professional like troll, but like trolling my like 20-person stream is like such a waste of time. IQ is a terrible measurement, to be honest. It's not good. It's the best measure of intelligence we have, but it's not good, no. It is the best one. Dividing by age is the Q and IQ. You don't just straight up divide by age, you adjust for it. Yeah. But the idea is the way people normally do stuff is they will give too much weight towards the information and not enough weight towards the average performance, which is the regression to the mean, or failure to account for regression to the mean, which is that on average, people's performances tend to be average. And people often do this with their own skills, like in terms of beating themselves up or getting annoyed at stuff, is when they have a spectacular performance, they want all their performances afterwards to be that spectacular. And the fact is performances on average will be average. You have no reason to expect like a new... people think that this happens when they have a really good performance. They think the entire graph has shifted to the right, and that's fundamentally not how it works. I mistrust people who describe themselves as another person with low or high IQ. That's probably fair. I think most people who say that don't actually measure IQ. That's some sort of trying to sound smarter shorthand for intelligence. Saying that they're high IQ or low IQ. Instead of, like, stupid or smart or something like this. I almost never say, well, IQ is supposed to be a representation of intelligence. You should just say intelligence. I think when people invoke it, they're often trying to sound smarter. But I think it's also just the best measure of intelligence that we have. The cognitive bias that plagues you the most, expectation that the best way to engage with something is to try and understand how it works. That's not how, for example, you learn to understand a car. That plagues you might be the expectation that the best way to understand something is to try and understand how it works. That's not the best. Do you have a name for that bias? I hope you get the joke. Sometimes people believe in absolutes when in reality a few things are absolute. This is true. This is another one. We might be able to find a list. Daniel Kahneman was very prolific. Which I was thinking about making videos for this on my other channel. Or on this channel, rather. Wikipedia definitely has a list. Yeah. But here we do. Association. Aesthetic usability effect. Tendency for people to perceive attractive things as more usable. This was related to the halo effect. Attribute substitution occurs when a judgment has been made of a target attribute that is computationally complex, and instead of a more easily calculated heuristic is substituted. Yep, this is a big one. This substitution is thought as taking place in an automatic intuitive judgment system rather than a more self-reflective system. So, So, for example, if you ask how successful is Molly going to be in life, and you also know what her GPA in high school was, you're more likely to substitute in your mind, in your evaluation, the GPA in high school for life success, because it is easier to do that than to try and calculate how successful she's going to be in life. Availability heuristic, which we just talked about, tendency to overestimate the likelihood of events with greater availability in memory, which could be influenced by how recent memories or usual emotionally complex. This has, you're more likely to overvalue the information you have. That's how it often gets used. This definition's a little bit different, I think, than what Kahneman wrote in his book, but okay. Conjunction fallacy, the tendency to assume that specific conditions are more probable than a more general version of those same conditions. This is a really interesting one. Because this one is so spectacularly obvious when you see the studies for it, but it's still like a big thing. So yeah, the Linda is a bank teller example. Again, here is Kahneman. Linda is a 31-year-old, single, outspoken, and very bright. She majored in philosophy, maybe not that bright. As a student, she was deeply concerned with issues of discrimination and social justice, and also participated in anti-nuclear demonstrations. Which is more probable? Now, my understanding of the way this study was conducted, which I'm not 100% sure on, it might say it down here, they have two groups, and they have one group, they give this, how likely is this? They have another group, they give this, how likely is this? Or they give this to the group at two different times. So that's separated, so it's not obvious in front of you as it is to us now. But which is more probable? Like, do we think here? Linda's a bank teller, or Linda's a bank teller and is active in the feminist movement? And the reality is it is impossible for Linda to be a bank teller and active in the feminist movement to be more probable than her just being a bank teller. Because this is a conjunction. Like, this adds the extra thing. And so at best it is equally probable if literally every bank teller is also in the feminist movement, but it is far less likely that she's both. But this description matches the description of Linda much better. And that's why this error is committed. What's wrong with being curious how things work? I think it comes from full understanding of how something works so that you're able to fix the issues as they arise. You can spend up too much time studying things instead of engaging with them. Yeah, so analysis paralysis type of thing. We have the hot-cold empathy gap, the tendency to underestimate the influence of visceral drives on one's attitudes, preferences, and behaviors. I don't know how to pronounce that. When time is perceived by the individual lengths, making events to feel slow down or contract. But yeah, there's a lot of biases. And part of the question, specifically when you're trying to get a better worldview, I think if you don't touch these at all, you're creating just an enormous mistake. Or if you're trying to learn how to evaluate information better, not necessarily worldview, but learn how to evaluate information better, you have to know all of these or be familiar with them on some level. And there's a lot of these, but these are ways in which your brain and the brain of all humans is consistently incorrect. Like, this isn't just a randomness thing. You will very consistently commit these errors as a result of the oversimplified way of thinking about it is that your brain will try and think through things quickly, and often there are easier shortcuts that are often useful for thinking through things. But these shortcuts and you do these automatically, but these shortcuts will also simultaneously make you bad at evaluating certain types of information. Like, we think via association, right? This is better associated with this. But mathematically, this is just more probable. The fact is just there's a greater similarity in association. And so understanding that your mind is more likely to commit this type of error is a useful thing. I would mentally correct the question. Linda is a bank teller and not active in the feminist movement before answering. You would mentally correct the question. Linda is a bank teller. No, that's not correcting the question. Linda, that you're committing a different error there. Because Linda, one is true when she's also, regardless of whether or not she isn't in the feminist movement, if she's a bank teller, one is true. So that's not it. It's the same issues. It's the addition of and. Like, I wouldn't take option 1 at the face value. I would contrast it with option 2. No, but the issue, though, the issue is that when these two aren't side by side, and you have to rate the probability of these events, like, my understanding is, oh, this actually is straight up, they asked them? That's crazy work. Yeah, well, I mean, you're likely to commit this issue. One of the, so here they talk about, like, one of the things is, you don't get to see these side by side when you're asked to evaluate information in the abstract very often. You just have to say 1 out of 100, how probable is this? And you don't get to see this side by side. And so you are more likely, if someone tells you a coherent story, you're more likely to view something as being probable than if they tell you a story that has less entailments. If that makes sense. Because they've done studies where you don't get to see the two side by side, you just have to rate how probable it is. Alright, it's midnight where I am. Good night. Good night, 8-arm Willie. Joint versus some separate experimentation. In some of the experimental demonstrations, the conjoint option is evaluated separately from the basic option. In other words, one group of participants is asked to rank order the likelihood that Linda is a bank teller, a high school teacher, and several other options, and another group is asked to rank order whether Linda is a bank teller and active in the feminist movement, so they don't get to see them side by side, versus the same options. Without Linda as a bank teller as an option. In this demonstration, different groups of subjects still rank order Linda as a bank teller active in the feminist movement as more highly likely than she's a bank teller. Separate evaluation experimentations preceded the earliest joint value experiments, and Kahneman and Tversky were surprised when effects was observed again under joint evaluation. But we also know that adding details makes something seem more true, i.e. lying with specific details. Yeah, so this isn't... If you're trying to learn how to be a better liar, understanding this would also be useful, because the coherence is more important than... Appealing to some sort of coherence is more important than something actually being probable. Right? The story you tell is more important than the probability of the story you tell being true. So adding additional information is useful. Ah, my chat got weird. Alright, we're almost done. Are we though? Does it ever really end? I should still be using I. That's actually an interesting thing, is like, if I use we instead of I in these, because I normally speak on stream with we, is it going to affect different outcomes? I think here I've just been using I, because this is how I would do it, but that's kind of... The plurality usage is... It's like, to use a metaphor, it's like when we're on a stream or you're watching a video, it's like we're all in the same boat. I'm just the captain. But I think, like, it's similar to saying we're going on a vacation. Like, when we're doing something in a run, I don't say that I'm going on vacation, you guys just happen to be in the car with me, right? I say we are going on a vacation. So, but this is a more introspective exercise, but it's curious to think how it might have been different if I framed all of this as we, because the way that you frame stuff really does affect outcomes of the way you experience reality. Are we almost done? Does it ever end? Just 2 more questions? That's right. I thought about typing both of those. Those were performative questions, though, rather than... I was asking chat more so than, like, asking myself. But this one's actually interesting to me. Because one I'm asking on behalf of myself, and one I'm asking on behalf of chat. Chat and myself. chat plays 100 questions next stream. We could do that. I'm highlighting it because we're going to go through and highlight the ones we think are important. That's usually what I do at the end of this. That's a curious one. Because we painted over our thing. Like, I think whether or not you conceive of masculine and femininity as being, like, on the spectrum or not, like, affects how you interact with that entire project, right? Where if you view it as being a spectrum, then anything you do that's feminine makes you necessarily less masculine. And I think that makes guys scared to be feminine, which I think is silly. I think being feminine doesn't make you less masculine. But at the same time, when I'm asking these types of questions, if I asked from, like, the we paradigm, then how does that change things? Usually towards the end, I start asking joke questions too, because I'm just like, the end is in sight. I also think that's probably why 60 to 80 is the most productive range. It's because once the end's getting close, it's like, are we there yet? Speaking of being on a vacation, you get, are we there yet? And then I always think of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's your daddy? And what does he do? And part of the point is you don't filter yourself at all, so you even have to ask the stupid questions. Which, okay. You asked that before? Can't ask twice, it's not a rule. There's no rule against that. The rule is to have no rules. But yeah, I almost certainly asked it before when I thought about it, because I think about it almost every time I do this. Who's your daddy, and what does he do? Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? That's another one. Just these, like, silly questions. What's the average airspeed of a swallow? A European swallow or an African swallow? What's the average airspeed of an unladen swallow? I don't know. How should we end this? Was this productive? That's maybe one It certainly took a lot longer, but on some hand it's content, but it's also just content for just the Twitch viewers and the people who follow the other channel, which I think is not a whole lot. So, okay. But now we're just going to highlight the questions that I think I want to revisit a little bit more. I didn't even make this a complete sentence, but I think that we're going to highlight. And the idea here is that at a later date, probably tomorrow or something like this, we'll try and engage in a sort of process where we clarify a little bit regarding this question, try and answer it, try and come up with solutions, identify what's important, figure out what's effective towards getting towards that, figure out how to get ourselves to do that, and then implement that. That's kind of the idea, is we'll circle back. I think it's just different. I would say like 30%. Low effort ways to get results that I want is like always one. That's a big one. I think I asked a lot of... I think I've been ruminating on a lot of the stuff like I'd kind of known that I would be asking before deciding whether or not to do this. So like probably the front-loaded stuff is the more interesting stuff. This is kind of an interesting one in the abstract. I don't know what is the most effective way. What we value is kind of something that... This is also an interesting question. If I try and outsource brainstorming in some sort of way, which to some extent this stream is that a little bit, I guess. What is the most effective way of doing that? I haven't really considered that. You could go by what people upvote, but like what the most people think is a dangerous way of making decisions as it relates to evaluating reality, because very often there's usually when people are really wrong about something, they're often also really collectively wrong about it. This is true. Big true. I think I asked this question twice too. The social media one's interesting, but I don't have any intention of doing anything about it. I probably have to highlight a slightly lower density. How might I change my environment to better redirect my attention? Things what important. This is kind of a question that's common, so we're not going to highlight it. I think it's an important one, but planning to have a different sort of attention experience, one that is tailored around what is important, what you value, and what you should be paying attention to. This is all kinds of something we think about. We just made a statement and just threw a question mark at the end of it, which is not against the rules, but the self-worth is also just a common theme. This usually comes up in these most of the time. What are the 10 most important things? I think I like this idea of making a 10 list on both of these, though. Not because we'll necessarily use it, but just forcing ourselves to think through it is maybe useful. We thought about... I was a little bit... I thought about playing Stellaris music in the background before. But then I was like, I don't want this to warp what questions we ask, but now that we've asked them all. Stellaris has a banger track. Reality tier list? Yeah, basically. Bro, we could make a reality tier list video. That would be a fucking... That would be... I've never seen anything of that sort on YouTube, where some dude is just like, this is what I think is the most important stuff in reality in my life right now, top 10 list, let's go. Like, that seems so out of pocket. Also, just like doing mental exercises, like, as content is nothing I've ever even remotely seen anything looking like. I guess people who make meditation content or something, is that even a thing? Is there meditation content? I feel like that's just them yapping about meditation rather than like trying to do it, though. This is kind of a question we were asking ourselves in different ways, because, or no, wait, no, this wasn't a question. Asking, is this a good way to ask 100 questions or this type of thing? I think that this was an interesting distinction. These two paired together. Thinking of stuff in terms of internally stylized versus externally stylized. I don't think I've done this bifurcation before, like, in such a sharp way. Like, for me, stylization was stylization, but how you stylize something to yourself is different than how you stylize it to others. Not that there's not necessarily overlap, there's probably a lot of overlap, but just that think of it in terms of two different things. There's no way that that does not exist. I haven't looked for it. I could look for it. Most meditation content is guided meditation, instructing the viewer to do it. We got a couple of recommendations. We're going to highlight the recommendations because we'll come back to them later. Here's Who's Your Daddy and What Does He Do? The first time. I think the answer to this is no, but I want to think about it some more. And this is part of thinking through it is... What are the pros, what are the cons? That's the most straightforward way to try and think through it. Someone mentioned to-do list software. We'll highlight that too. Did we really just ask the same question twice? 52, 54, and not like this. So why are you rethinking your entire life? For a few reasons. One, probably the biggest one is like, the way I've been doing stuff has been just to like push as many EU5 hours as possible the past few months, and it's just completely unbalanced, and it's like rebalancing my life is the biggest kind of thing, because I've just like, I want to go to the gym more, I want to read more, this type of thing. And this is a mental exercise I like for kind of brainstorming from this, which is asking yourself 100 questions. And we have asked 100 questions now. And so the next thing is we're going to highlight the important ones and we're going to come back to it. Another part of it is like, despite being really successful on the EU5, or successful for me, which is not necessarily successful for other people, it didn't really move the needle that much in terms of happiness, which is something I feel I feel guilty about it because so many people have been so supportive. And so, to some extent, in the happiness department, we have to go back to the drawing board. We got lost in the sauce of, like, just trying to learn EU5 as much as possible. Which, like, learning EU5 is not, like, a bad thing. I'm just saying lost in the sauce. I do want to take a look at overhead cameras. This is kind of one that I thought was interesting. We talked through it a bit. And I do want to kind of think through... Like, I think of identity as being unique to an individual person rather than an entity that is existing abstract from people, but I think that it actually just might be more the latter. Bane didn't exist until I put on the mask. Like, is Bane Bane, or is Bane a collection of... The illusions regarding identity and the models for identity that are inaccurate are ones where they view identity as like, there's some essential feature that makes you you. And this is fundamental to you, and it pervades all the way through your existence as a through line. And this is like how your brain feeds identity to you in an illusory sort of way. And the model of reality that looks a lot more accurate is the bundle theory of identity rather than the pearl theory of identity. And what that one is like, we're really like our identity is really like a bundle of sticks. And every day we lose some sticks and we add some new sticks. And so it's in a constant state of flux. And who we are is not something that is tied down or concrete and you change over time, which sounds like trivially true, but there's no essential internal element that makes you you. You're a collection of things. And if you're a collection of things, why does there necessarily have to be one discrete identity per person? And why can only one person inform that identity if it is more of a construct? I mean, I guess what's going on internally in terms of your brain, you're the only one privy to your thoughts, and the thoughts you are privy to are only yours. But thinking about this from the perspective of memetics, we don't actually have... Memetics thinks of us as not actually like people with identities, but as just vehicles for cultural units of information. And so maybe this notion of identity as an individual thing is actually just not even the way... We might be trapped in the sauce there in regards to identity. And thinking of it instead as a way that synthesizes some of this idea of memetics is maybe interesting. Memetics is using the ideas of evolutionary biology and applying them to cultural units of information. So if an idea is got some characteristics that make it good for spreading, it makes it spread better, rather than the idea actually being good. So stuff to do with sex, danger, this type of stuff tends to make ideas spread, but also more complex ideas tend to be really poor at spreading. And people also want to hear stuff that supports their perspective, and so feeding into people's, to talk a little bit about cognitive biases, feeding into people's confirmation bias also a really good way to spread ideas rather than tough truths are a pill people don't like to swallow. What do you do for a living besides content creation? It's just this right now, so I think I'm going to kind of approach minimum wage this year, and I was nowhere near it before November. Like half the money I make this year is going to be in November. Placing your identity in something external, church, nation, is a way to achieve immortality. No, but it's you're saying it I think the way you're structuring it in your head is like a little bit divergent with the way I'm thinking about it, which is you're saying placing it in the thing, right? So it is in the church, in which case you're tying it to an organization or something like this, something external. But I'm saying that the identity... I'm saying that the notion of identity as being something that was 100% eternal might just be an illusion. And it's not a matter of, oh, you're placing this identity in something else. It's that it never existed in this something in an internalized way in the first place. We are both the mask and what's behind it. Trying to split the difference will fail. Yeah. So that metaphor is a little closer to what I'm saying. I mean, I would have to unpack this quite a bit. Identity, as in the literal sense of thinking of the organization, is me. I am the Senate. Well, I mean, to some extent, I probably do that with my YouTube channel to some extent, right? Where I think of the channel as being me, but really the channel is like a collection of viewers. And also the viewers... Or maybe I don't necessarily think of it at all as that, because I'm acutely aware of, and it also somewhat bothers me that I am being conditioned by my viewers. The feedback that I get from the YouTube channel definitely affects my behavior. Which to some extent it should, but like, I find it mildly disturbing that it does. I think this was kind of an important question. Too much paralysis by analysis. This was another one. I think I have pretty low impact on lives doing what I'm doing right now, but I can reach a lot of lives. Impact in a grand, more kind of extended sense. This is one... These two are tied together. We're just going to remind ourselves we want to do an ecology check on this. Which is kind of a useful question here. This was something I found very curious. Usually the 60 to 80 tends to be where the interesting stuff. And then someone suggested we check this out, so we'll add that to the highlights. And this is another thing, is like, would it be more entertaining for me to do like bro-y content? I don't know. Should I just try being more handsome? We asked that already. Should I just try and be funnier? This is kind of, we're gonna highlight this because people act like being attractive and being funny are things you can't just like actively try and do in a productive way, and that's just like false. Like, for almost everything is a skill and you could just get better at it. Like, obviously you can't like change your face or whatever, and so that is what it is, but like sitting up more straight and being more confident in this type of stuff, like these are skills. And you can acquire them. If you're not mewing, what are you doing with your life is what I'm trying to say. Where's our... And so like, I think that the notion that you could just be funnier or be more handsome is like outside of people's reality. But you can just do it. You have to break this down into chunks to be able to do it. Like, it's like an incoherent injunction without doing that. Identity of the... As if there was only one mask, though, that we're wearing. Yeah, this is another thing. what I was getting at with the identity thing is that it also permits the notion that we have multiple identities, which I think this comports with the Looking Glass self-theory of identity, where we have kind of like different masks for different people, to use the mask metaphor. I don't know if I'll redo this off stream. I think this has definitely been a very novel kind of experience going through it here. If EU5 was a workout... I've thought about doing overlap content here, like, if playing France was a workout, what workout would it be? Yeah, there's some scaffolding required for that. I don't know if I can make a video like that. I don't think this is a high priority, so we're not going to highlight it. But it's maybe an interesting question, which is like, often people ask what error they think is more likely, rather than what the EV of the error is when they're thinking of like what mistake they can make. So like, death penalty, there's two mistakes you can make, right? You can fail to execute someone who's guilty or who deserves execution, and you can also execute someone who's innocent. And I think executing someone who's innocent is a way bigger mistake, right? So this is one of the reasons I'm against the death penalty, is like, what I think the ratio, like, putting a number on it's weird, but it's like at least like 100 to 1 or something. Like, if you are accidentally executing one innocent person for every, like, it's probably worse to fail to execute 100 people who are deserving it. Or sorry, it's probably worse to execute one innocent person than to fail to execute 100 guilty people, relative to just leaving those guilty people in prison like forever. So if the differential is between life in prison versus execution for 100 people who deserve it, or executing someone who's innocent, then like you really don't want to execute the innocent person. Maybe you shouldn't execute anyone. I am generally of the opinion that the things that warrant the death penalty, right? The way I look at it is, these are things that involve you deserving to be ejected from society on a permanent basis. My opinion is that however that ejection occurs, whether it's life in prison or execution, I'm relatively indifferent towards how it's done. But I see execution or like torture or something like this as generally being punitive. And so if you do the thing that is more painful to the individual who you're ejecting, just for the purposes of causing them pain, I generally think that this is immoral. Like, I think the ejection is the important element, and causing suffering is, or denying them life and freedom, like, is like of secondary importance. And to that extent, I'm indifferent, relatively speaking, about whether people who are rightly and truly worthy of this ejection, whether they get life in prison or they get executed. I don't care. But you would never, as an addendum, if it actually made a meaningful difference as a deterrent, I would move towards liking execution. I don't like execution, but I would move towards liking it. But it's not, empirically it's not, it has no meaningful difference. But as it stands, it's also more expensive to execute people. So it's more expensive to do it. And it's only, I think the only reason people want to do it is like this sense of retribution. I think it increases net suffering. Sometimes you execute innocent people and you can't rectify that mistake. It's more expensive and it's not a deterrent. So I'm generally against it. But I'm not against it because it's abhorrent and outside my reality. I'm against it because none of the positives it checks the box on, and it checks the box on a negative, and it's not the most important negative, but it still checks the box. Do the Hammurabi thing and cut off their hands? Yeah. But I'm a European, and not executing people is one of the things we've done for a while. U5 France is the jock that just pushes other guys around. Yeah, maybe right now. Yeah. Guy says he's against the death penalty, bans the chatter. That guy has been ban evading. But I also said, I think when we don't want someone inside of society, we just eject them, and I'm indifferent to how they're ejected. I also do think that my chat's not a society. My chat's like, it's not some public platform for all people to use that is regulated by some impassionate thing of like justice or this type of thing. While I generally am like pro free speech, and so I generally am like hyper permissive in my chat, at the end of the day, like if I don't want to read something, I can just, or what someone has to say, I could just ban them. I generally don't ban people. I think that actually might be, I think the number of people I've banned has been 5. I've just banned that one guy like 3 dozen times. I think he's like some teenager in Russia, honestly. But yeah, I don't think I owe to the same in the same way I can avoid hanging out with people I don't want to hang out with. I think I can just ban chatters I don't want to chat with. I know you meant that as a joke, but I think about the injustice of unjust bans probably more than I ought to. By the way, I spoke to Lino Hannibal recently, and he said he was very happy he made it to the V-Cup. I was super excited to meet Lino. Lino and I talked for a long time. We chatted quite a bit. I was definitely very happy to meet Lino. But did you talk to him on the pre-release stream? It's a weird transition talking about executions to talking about meeting Lino, but this is kind of maybe an interesting question just to like circle back to at some point in time. We kind of got too many highlights, to be fair. So maybe have to arbitrage again. Usually you shoot for like 10, and this is just way too many. It's like 3 times as many. Actually, no, we just kind of highlight whatever we think. Just, I think what we've done before is we've taken the top 10 and brought it over to something else for another mental exercise. Like, every morning you ask yourself 10 questions, and you just ask the 10 of these questions that you think are the best questions, or whatever, to help you ruminate. And so it's about structuring your introspection, right? So we have 10 interesting questions, and if we ask ourselves every morning, every evening, we'll think through it in a, like, passive way that eventually helps us to, like, peel back the layers and get more into the thing. Rather than just, like, thinking about whatever comes to your mind, which you're not. So just taking whatever your attention brings into your awareness is failing to scaffold your experience, and then using mental exercises scaffolds your experience. This is something I maybe need to think about. I am always trying to fill the void when I make content, rather than just being quiet. Yeah. I think that this is an interesting question regarding an authenticity that I haven't thought through. We thought through a little bit on it on stream, but that cognitively, or in terms of how we represent it to ourselves, making sure we make very distinct the fact that authenticity and performance are not thought of as being on 2 ends of the spectrum. You talked to him about work and being Germans? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I am streaming right now in the German time slot, right? I'm the lead translator for most Paradox games, external, including Vicky. Oh, you have a busy schedule then, right? EU5, from what I understand, EU5 has like a lot of localization work. For German, that is? Okay. There's like so much for like localization stuff. Especially, I assume, when a new game comes out, it's like actually just a ton of work. We live in a society, just a small and low developed one. Everything is on a scale. We are a society. What's the right thing to do? Someone recommended this other book. We're going to highlight it. The book recommendations we're not going to incorporate into a mental exercise. We're just going to check about later. I think I should try and figure out how to use AI more. I, like, don't use AI in general. That's probably a huge leak. Having a better process for this is probably worthwhile. And so what we can do is we could probably come back to these ones that we highlighted. And some of these are, do we want to think more on this thing like in an extended type of way? Or is this something for us to seek information on? But we have created like a kind of list for us to either engage in this process where we identify what's important, we clarify why it's important, to what extent it's important, this type of thing. We figure out what's an effective way of changing that thing, and we figure out how to get ourselves to do the effective thing, and then we implement that. This is kind of like step one, is like information seeking. And so that's what we've kind of gotten done here. This is really just a very abstract. Maybe we needed to do something a little bit more tied down. How to make better videos, how to make more consistent videos, something that more procedurally precise. I think that, yeah, this is just very abstract here. So there was so much work in the last 9 months because so much stuff's coming out, especially with EU5 and All Under Heaven coming out at the same time. Yeah, like all the Chinese localization stuff too, or the, like, yeah, Chinese region localization for that. So you highlighted more questions than usual, so doing it in public's more productive. No. We have more stuff. If it's a threshold thing where you have to get over 60 out of 100 on your question, in terms of how good a question it is, to get the highlight, then it is hitting more 60s, but I don't think it's hitting as many 90 pluses, to think about it in that way. Zach Attack, thank you for the 9 months. Wait, it was 1 hour ago? No, not like this. Hey Zach. Oh, I hope, if you're still here, hello. Apologies if you're not. Well, if you're not, then yeah. But I hope you're doing well as well. Much appreciated, my guy. Sub for 20 months. Legend. I don't know why it doesn't put it in the resub chat in the normal chat. We fixed that for one time, but now it's not fixed. Darth Aiden, thank you for the raid. This might you sent your chat into something that is very much not a Paradox game. I apologize to your chat. We don't localize most of the provinces, but there's just so much text to translate. Yeah, and you're like translating it to English and then into German, right? Because you have the. Oh, I guess you probably make the game in English. Never mind. Right, it's not. You didn't make it in Chinese just because it covers China, and then. Yeah, that wouldn't be how you would do that. You would not. It's Chinese content, so we make it in the Chinese localization, then we translate it to English. From there, we translate it to German. From English to German, yeah. I was playing Sea of Thieves anyways, probably just lurks. Ah. I think we got like 3 active people in chat. I don't know how many people are just like have it on in the background. I hope Zach's still here. God damn it. I get upset at myself every time I do that. That needs to, like... The to-do list actually is just, like, in terms of practices, there's a lot of things I need to get done that are just, like, low-hanging fruit, and, let's maybe go back through. Like, getting back on, like, a to-do list type of thing is, like, something I absolutely, like, really need to do. This one I'm actually curious about the answer to this. I'm not sure how much I care about this. The thing is, I think there might be a lot of value there, but like high variance. We're probably just gonna only red highlight 5 or less things. I like this juxtaposition, but I think we're not going to highlight. Mind map software is something we really want, but I think it's low priority. Or that it's this or this is more the thing. I want to chew on this one a little bit more. I don't think it's useful, I just actually am interested about it. English is the working language for most Paradox games. That's kind of what I assumed. Although a lot of non-English native speakers are working on it. Yeah, it was interesting for Tinto because, like, the overall fluency of the team, I assume they're actually, overall, in the aggregate, more fluent in Spanish. Which was, in... I don't know if that's the case for the teams in Sweden being like more fluent in Swedish, but I think that it's not. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think I wanted to do this pretty bad. Ecology check's a different mental exercise, and I don't think I've applied it to something like having low self-worth, like low self-worth is an action, but I'm curious to try it. Where you try and find the positive motivation behind a behavior to you that you are trying to avoid, and then address those positive motivations so that you can consistently, in an aligned way, be interested in changing the behavior. Teams in Sweden are more diverse, I would say. That's kind of what I was thinking. Having met, a good example is, like, Lino's just, like, German. I assume his German's better than his Swedish. I don't know if his English better than his Swedish. I have no idea, but, like, but I'm a freelancer, so I'm not too familiar with the internal proceedings. Yeah. I got a little bit of contract work for the tutorials. Can I bug you about game concept intrigue? LQ and its friends shouldn't be left unchanged in German in CK3. I think if devs come to the stream, they're doing it on their off-hour time. You probably shouldn't bug the devs. Actually, you can? Alright, never mind. Just kidding. I take it all back. Bro persona for content, I actually think was kind of an interesting idea. We're going to highlight it. Should I just try and be funnier? This is actually the truth. I should just try and be funnier. I think there's like a lot of like cognitive self-imposed obstacles towards the like activity of becoming funnier that just like people shouldn't let get in their way, and they should just be funnier. 7 a.m. off hour though. Yeah. Oh, I guess is he just going to work? I think I already highlighted the performative versus authentic question. No, I didn't. Okay, so we've highlighted again the kind of more important questions. This is also something I'm curious about. We could do chat does 100 questions. I don't think don't think I get enough chatters on Twitch plus my ideas channel for that to like be a thing. I would have to do it on the main channel. I don't think I want to do that, or on the gaming channel. The fact that it's a main channel is kind of a failure in the generalizing, though. Or well, that one. The fact that I called it the main channel. There we go. Yeah, so we will have this for later. This is a tool, and also going through all of these questions. Often you really get to like, or in the past for me, I've really gotten to some like pretty profound like, oh, this is actually just like I've been looking at this the wrong way entirely, type things. I got these grippers and then I never clipped them. I was serious, but Generalist made a good point. I shouldn't have presumed. Yeah, I just, I don't know, devs like to vibe too, and that is like their actual work, and they don't like, you know, like Mercy comes through a lot. I don't want people hitting up Mercy for community manager stuff while she's in my chat. Although to be fair, like, community manager is one of the more blurred lines. If it was like Lino, I don't want someone bugging him about bugs unless they like know him. Like, I feel like I can bug Lino about bugs, but that's just because I know him a little bit, and it would be like me bugging someone I know about their game rather than like they're getting third-partied by chat. Make sure the brood of gremlins is provided for. Is that children or cats? The problem with riddles and cryptography is that we would need a translation and an explanation to make the translation. Hanging around here is part of my work and enjoyable. Yeah, children. You know what's kind of funny is that clarification is not useful in, like, America. I don't know what it's like to in other European countries, but people also refer to their pets as their children. But sometimes just translating the idea is important, so just slot in another riddle, a German riddle instead. But I think we've gotten through this, so and we will not. We're done. I think we're done here. They're humans. I'm glad you said persons. Or I'm glad you said humans instead of people or persons. There's an interesting author by the name of Gregory Burns who wrote a book making the argument that there's a criteria for personhood. Dogs satisfy that criteria, therefore dogs are people. You think? Maybe they gotta grow up a little. For now, they're gremlins. But anyways, thanks to everyone for coming out. We might be doing more of this stuff on Sundays. We might be doing idea streams on Sundays a little bit more. If you were interested in getting those in terms of YouTube notifications, if you're on the Twitch, we do have Generalist Ideas as a secondary channel. That would be the one to subscribe to if you were preferred to get it through the YouTube platform. I don't think, yeah, we don't have any viewers on YouTube right now. It's all Twitch people. But I do have another channel on YouTube. But with all that said, I think I will maybe take a little bit of a look at who we can maybe raid, and I will raid assuming that you guys are interested in EU5 content rather than just chatting content. In the abstract, I will make the executive assumption that is probably what you guys care about. Looks like we got someone with 50 viewers who's playing the Knights. I'm getting an ad looking at their thing. Just making sure that they're in English. Although, I guess maybe we have enough German chatters. We could raise someone who's in German. That's kind of an interesting... Usually I try not to raid the Germans, just because, like, my chat's gonna be English, and, like, they're gonna be like, what? I can't understand any of this, but... It looks like he's in English, he's playing the Knights, he's fighting North Africa, something like this, so we'll give him a little bit of a raid. Thank you for the stream, you're welcome, you're welcome. Thanks for coming through. So we'll send you guys there.